we received an apology from the Honorable Minister. The Minister is unable to attend our meeting this morning. We'll be having a meeting with DSI entities to get a briefing on their 2023-2024 APPs. Chairperson, we also received an apology from Honorable Letzia. Honorable Letzia is currently in Limpopo with the PC on basic education, which is busy with the public hearings on the Bela Bill. We also received an apology from Honorable Mananeso. Honorable Mananeso is going to join us, but leave us in the meeting around about 10 to attend the Section 194 bill. So, Chairperson, those are the apologies that we received. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anele. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Today we'll be receiving a briefing on the state of security in the PSET system, relating to issues around infrastructure development projects, which was a huge discussion during our oversight. I think in almost every institution we visited, be it TVET, be it a university, we were told of challenges around the development of infrastructure and people who want a share, who demand, their portion in whatever developments are taking place. And if they are not included, they will render our institutions ungovernable and become a security threat to our institutions. And I think as a committee and as a sector, we cannot normalize such behavior. And so we need to get from the department the level of the risk that is, and interventions that are being put in place to address that, taking into consideration that the leadership of our institutions would not be experts on security, DG. They're academics, they're there to teach, and so we would need to support them. We also would like to get a sense, of course, on security risks relating to students living outside of campus. And I think often we appreciate the fact that there's a lot that we can do as a sector and as an institution in beefing up security on campus, by ensuring that there is infrastructure put in place that would ensure security. So having pathways that are lit on campus, having panic buttons, having security apps, but there's also, or even the location, DG, of our residences, where you locate the women's res, where you locate, other residences. Those type of considerations and infrastructure development are essential. So there's a lot of that which we can do. We can deploy more security or strategically deploy security, because there's a difference between having a whole lot of security on campus and, having security that is strategically placed on campus, and even creating cultures of safety where, we don't have heavy reliance on security, but we can count on one another to create a safe environment within our institution. So there's a lot we can do internally. But then there's this challenge that we have of our students who live off campus and, their journey to their off-campus residences. In some instances, institutions have put up buses to ensure that their students are shuttled. Other institutions have created, systems where the students can walk in groups accompanied by a security guard from campus, or maybe even within the area that they live in. And in those cases, it's where you see great stakeholder relations and partnership between the institution and the security cluster that's in and around the institution. But it's not where it ought to be. DM, as you join the meeting, welcome. It's not where it ought to be, and there's definitely a need for us to strengthen and beef up our stakeholder relations with externals, with the security cluster outside of our sector, so the police, community policing forums, private security, etc. So to also get a sense of how, of what measures are being put in place or are being recommended for us to ensure security of students living off campus. I mean, when you think of the interventions of NSFAS in terms of monitoring or having their finger on the pulse in relation to private accommodation, the level of security of private accommodation is what we also need to look into, or the level of safety of private accommodation is what we also need to look into. And then, of course, there's the matters relating to GBV risks or security risks. And it would be great to also know what we are doing in that regard. I know Higher Health will be presenting to us today, and we had recently received a briefing by some science entities, NACI and ASAF, and as well as by the CGE on GBV and gender-related matters in the PSET system and in the higher education, science, technology, and innovation landscape. And it would be important, I think, to ensure that that Higher Health has those documents and those presentations that we received that day. But there's definitely a need for us to ensure the safety of our students in contributing to their success academically and contributing to the transformation of the academic landscape, the transformation of research, the transformation of innovation, the transformation of science and technology. So the presentation we'll receive from Higher Health will look into GBV security risks. And then, of course, another one, members, that was closely linked to this issue of infrastructure development was the security risks to leaders of our institutions, be it principals, be it VCs, be it CEOs of entities. Those are risks that we had identified during our oversight. In KZN DM, I don't know. I think I can't remember the reality at DUT. Maybe at MUT, colleagues may assist me to recap. But I think every other institution we visited, so that would be UniZulu, Tegrini TVET, Coastal TVET. I don't know if I'm missing any other institution out, but all those institutions have the VCs or the principals there have security personnel. And that is not healthy, that is not normal. One, for the safety of their lives as leaders and umfolozi, for the safety of their lives as leaders of our institutions, as members of our communities, of the communities of institutions of higher learning, that is highly concerning. And I don't think anyone should lead with fear. That if they want to put in place change management, then their lives would be at risk. If they want to, take our institutions to greater heights, and their lives would be at risk. I don't think that we should accept that and normalize that. And that's something that we need our security cluster and government to assist us with. Also because we are using way too many funds to do so. Money that should be directed towards the academic program and strengthening the academic program through infrastructure, through curriculum, through human resource, whatever it is. Those are funds that we should be using to support the academic program, to ensure that young people and citizens of this country have the requisite skills to be active participants of our economy. Yet we are directing it towards security. And so we need an understanding, DG, of how much money are we using as a sector towards this, which of our vice chancellors, principals, and CEOs, chairs of councils, chairs of boards, even DVCs, I think, and directors to some extent, which of them require such support? What incidents informed this? And what measures are we putting in place to deal with it? So if we have a case where there is a certain business forum, supposed business forum, that is a challenge, what interventions of conflict management, of negotiation, of conflict resolution are we putting in place to deal with that, so that we no longer need these leaders and managers to have this protection? So getting to a point where we are dealing with the root cause of these issues. So that's the briefing that we are hoping to receive this morning, and want to appreciate the presence of the DM Manamela, the DG Sishi, and colleagues from the department, colleagues from Higher Health. Dr. Ramnik is also on the platform. So at this point, let me hand over to DM Manamela. If there's any remarks you'd like to make, DM, and then of course you'll hand over to DG to take us through the rest of the presentations. I think at a later stage, we might even have to consider a colloquium of some sort on this matter, or even look at how we can expand the invite or extend the invite to colleagues in the security cluster. But yeah, thanks, DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee, and to the officials from our department led by our DG, Nkosinathi Sishi, and also the CEO of Higher Health, and all the other people that I might have not noted to have been invited to this meeting. But thank you for this opportunity, Chairperson, for us to brief and have a discussion with the Portfolio Committee on issues around safety and security on our campuses. And I think just before the DG, before I hand over to the DG, who will then guide us in terms of how we're going to go about with the presentation, I just want to make 3 points, Chairperson. I think particularly in relation to the key points that you've made in your opening remarks. Unfortunately, I got in as you were busy with the opening remarks. We were busy earlier in a meeting with the minister. So I apologize for having joined this meeting a few minutes late. But we are, Chairperson, quite concerned, and members of the committee, obviously quite concerned with some of the incidents that have occurred recently in our campuses. And I think the question of safety in our campuses has somewhat historically been taken for granted, because we have really not seen, and when I say taken for granted, it's because the risk in terms of security and safety of both, of students and of staff and of all the stakeholders on campus, the risk has not been as high as it has become recently. And the triggers of risk, of security risk, are obviously a whole range of matters. And I think on top of that for us is and has been the question of gender-based violence and femicide. We have experienced mostly off campus, students who have been victims of femicide. And I think these cases have been, showcased over time, or rather have been reported, and I think we publicly have had of these incidents, and the last one being, the students at the Tshwane University of Technology. And of course, I think you'll hear from the briefings some of the measures that we've put in place, some of the discussions that have been taking place, and also some of the institutional reforms that we've put in place, and the discussions that we've also held with the Ministry of Police, in particular the Deputy Minister of Police, in terms of ensuring that we deal with issues relating to gender-based violence and femicide on our campuses. So it's policy measures that are in place, setting up institutions so that we're able to, create platforms for victims of gender-based violence to be able to report those cases, but also strengthening security and working together with private security companies and police, public order policing, to ensure that we prevent, gender-based violence on campus. So it's a multiplicity of interventions that you'll hear, from the presentations. But secondly, the threat to the lives of vice chancellors and principals, stroke CEOs of TVET colleges has become also one of the factors. I think the threat, the killing of the protector of the University of Fort Hare, vice chancellor, and with what seemed to have clearly been a target towards the vice chancellor of the University of Fort Hare. In a lot of instances, when we had discussions with the vice chancellors, with USAF, some cases also emerged where vice chancellors indicated that their lives have been threatened. And, this has got to do, unfortunately, with business interests and all of that. And, and I think as some of the presentation would also show that, we are in discussions with USAF and all of that, in order to ensure that we really deal with, the question of safety and security, particularly targeted at vice chancellors and CEOs, but also with senior managers in our campuses. Because it's quite worrying that universities as academic institutions that has to conduct certain businesses make our senior managers vulnerable as it relates to, safety and security. So I think the course of the presentation that will show, but I think taking it from there and from your opening remarks, Chairperson, I think would obviously have to look at how, we can work together with the portfolio committee and various stakeholders. And I think the minister yesterday made several announcements as it relates to what we will be doing to continue with the work, to deal with gender-based violence, to deal with safety and security on our campuses, some of the forums that will be convened and all of that. So I think we will be quite excited to work together with the portfolio committee and a whole range of other stakeholders in the sector in order to ensure that our campuses are safe and that students graduate alive. I'd like to take this opportunity, Chairperson, to hand over to the DG so that he leads us with regards to the presentations from the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. DG.
Portfolio Committee in Education Science and Innovation, Honorable Nompendulo Mkachwa, Member of Parliament, and Chair of our meeting today. Very warm greetings to you as the Chair of our committee. Thanking you for your leadership and for your guidance of our department. Our Deputy Minister and the leader of our delegation today has made opening remarks, but I also wish to take this opportunity to recognize our Deputy Minister and our Minister in absentia, and thank them for their leadership in the very difficult times when we need that the most, especially with the recent incidents that have occurred, which the Deputy Minister has made reference to. Clearly, we have benefited from the leadership of the sector. Thank you, DM, for your remarks and guidance as well. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee present, may I, Chairperson, recognize the input by this Portfolio Committee in the recent debates on the budget in our Parliament. And yesterday, it is very clear that we've got a diverse set of ideas, but we are all passionate about education. And we are united in ensuring that education improves every day. I am not alone, Chairperson. I'm with the EXCO members of the Department of Education and Training, with all the DDGs present. But most importantly, I'm also with the CEO of Higher Health, Professor Ramnik Alwale, who needs no introduction. An important face when it comes to our implementation of our gender-based violence policy framework. And today, Chair, he is going to provide progress with regards to our implementation of the gender-based violence framework, particularly speaking on the issue of to what extent have we ensured that we create an enabling environment to inform, to prevent, to support, and monitor post-school education and training institutions. It's also going to deal with the issues of prevention and awareness, and the issues of support and assistance to particularly survivors in our institutions, complainants, and staff as well, you know. But as we do this, Chair, we make ourselves vulnerable. We highlight areas where we don't think that our policies have reached far enough. We present with utmost objectivity and a fair amount of analysis in the manner in which we do so. Chairperson, our approach today, as the Deputy Minister has indicated, is two-pronged. First and foremost, we don't believe, Chair, that the reports that we are presenting cover the extent of what ordinarily we would like to present to you. And I think it's important that right in the upfront, I make a disclaimer regarding this because we kind of needed a little bit of more time to do justice to an important subject. Some of the weaknesses of our presentations today will include the fact that we would have loved, Chair, that we do a financial analysis of budgets by each and every post-school education and training institution, so that we provide the portfolio committee with a sense of where is the money for safety and security going into, how much goes to equipment, how much goes to protection of assets, protection of students, protection of staff, protection of all our assets in the system. We would have loved to have done so, but it's work in progress, Chair. We would request for an opportunity through our Deputy Minister and our Minister to present these comprehensively to the committee. Secondly, Chair, as we were gathering data from one institution to the other, we were also learning certain things. One of them is the level of fear, amongst our post-school education and training.
Sorry, DG. Can I just come in a bit? So the presentation that's being flighted is the one mainly with the higher health data. I think maybe let's flight the other presentation, because I've got a feeling that's where DG is going to start. I don't know who's flighting the presentation. And I don't know if my feeling is correct.
Yes, your feeling is very correct. I was wondering how this is showing on the side. It's supposed to be that presentation.
There we go.
That shows by Ms. Machan. Thank you very much for that, Chair. So on the one hand, Chair, this is the area that we wish to share with the committee. But secondly, as I was making some disclaimers, I also wish to draw the attention of the Chair that our officials, particularly the branches, are trying to engage with principals to get the latest of information about the state of security. Some of the principals have really raised concerns about how we manage this, because they feel that once we present to the portfolio committee, the information is going to be public, and they feel that they will also be vulnerable. But we've assured the Chair that our portfolio committee always exercise a fair discretion on such issues, and definitely we will not compromise anyone, as we have never done so before. And so it's important that we report this, because it begins to indicate the realities and the currency of the issues which our portfolio committee has requested us to do. So our approach, therefore, Chair, is going to be on the implementation of the gender-based violence framework, a presentation by Professor Alwale. And on my part, Chairperson, there are two reports which I wish to table today. And these reports, one is a report on the security risk to the post-school education and training system. This was commissioned by the Minister to the University of Zululand in the last 2 years, in 2020. It has taken them 2 years to compile this data, and it has come at the right time. And it begins to tease out and lift the issues of security in the system. It is by no means a comprehensive kind of a document, but it reveals to us a fair analysis of what must we worry about, what are the results of the findings of this study, and so forth. Further, Chair, we will also present a report that has been done by the police on the TVET sector. I am going to collaborate, represent with my colleagues, DDG Mbopo Vava, our DDG for Corporate Services, who's seized with an overall responsibility for security in the department. But there are also sectorial responsibility of each branch to look after their own sector. And we will draw from their DDGs as well, inputs into the report that I am presenting. I trust, Chairperson, that those remarks will ease your fears that we might not have responded comprehensively to the request today, but our understanding that this is only just the beginning. We will be required to present much more comprehensive set of documents as we proceed. Lastly, Chair, just from my own analysis as the DG of the department, having looked at all the information that is before me, looking at what we are going to be presenting today and what we are preparing to present in the near future, I believe that the biggest gap in the information lies, or in our programs, lies in inability to anticipate instead of reacting to security incidents when they happen. And so I think we will need to pay more attention going forward to the capacity of the system to predict such incidents, of which we'll have to work with the law enforcement agencies. And I remember, Chair, what you did last year as our chair. At the beginning of the academic year, you invited all law enforcement agencies, and we presented before you a comprehensive report with the police that begins to indicate how the police were going to support our institutions at the initial opening of the academic year. And there's a set of responsibilities that we were given by Parliament, some of them to work together to develop a single report. And I anticipate that in the near future, we shall come back to report the progress that has been made in working with the police, for example, to allocate police stations next to some of our institutions or in hotspots where the South African police and law enforcement agencies have identified threats to the post-school education and training system. Chairperson, we thank you for this opportunity, and therefore I would request that as I present, you allow me to draw my colleagues into the conversation as I have suggested. The crime indicators in respect of the study by the University of Zululand regarding where crime happens and the number of reported incidents per province shows quite clearly that in Gauteng, most of the crime incidents are reported, and these are common assault, type of crimes that are reported, especially in the Gauteng province. Common robbery, is reported about 3,562, reports, common robbery reported in the Gauteng province, and a significant on common assault, as well as sexual offenses. This begins to then say our interventions based on this report have got to be targeted in the areas where the need has risen. And therefore, it's going to be necessary for us, plans of our institutions, to look into the extent to which they respond to the actual need as it is suggested in this particular report. And therefore, going forward, this is going to be our approach. Our approach is going to be targeted. It's not going to be generalized. I wish to make this example. If you look at an expenditure of some of each institutions that have provided us data, and we will mention what institutions have given us data, you will find that most of the security is about top executives and councils, and less assets, less staff, as well as students. And so going forward, we will have to be informed much more better by evidence based that is emerging in this, that the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal provinces in the country. But if you look at the level of crime reported in the location, Northwest University and other PSET agent intervention from regard, Chairperson. The next slide. Thank you, Chair. I think we are affected by load shedding to a very large extent. In this particular slide, I wish to just take the members of the portfolio committee through to the findings. A summary of the findings. On your right hand of the slide, please go back to the previous slide. Mahabo.
DG, the network is really bad. I don't know if there's a way for you to maybe log on and off or change devices, because it's coming across really poorly on our side.
There is a need for access control according to this and other.
I think DG has logged off and will come back into the meeting. He's coming back now. DG, your camera is open, but your mic is still closed.
Chair, I trust that we project better now in the new.
Much better, DG.
Apologies to you and all the members of the committee. The need for access, but also the issue of the integrity of the study, indicating that 48% of our institutions participated, which is almost 50%. And I think a decent number to be able to take the findings seriously. Quite clearly, a lot more information is required from the rest of other institutions. But what it also means is that only half of the students and staff participated in safety and security campaigns, which should be concerning. And as seen, these campaigns are held once a year. And this is in response to our policies that also says that annually, for example, in the gender-based violence framework of the department, annually there must be reviews, and annually there must be security audits that are conducted. And this study found that this is not always what is happening on the ground. 21% of staff and 25% of students were not satisfied with the way security personnel manage strikes on campus. Chair, an example is how, for example, a simple protest at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, about issues around accommodation. All of a sudden, a heavy hand of security is response, instead of a proper way of engaging students. It just begins to show that whatever investments that we are making in security in our institutions, it is not necessarily a fit. In other words, the fitness for purpose has to be questioned for the investments we are making. For example, the big number of bodyguards that are actually just trained to look after an individual instead of look after the community of practice becomes an issue for us. And I think it's emerging in this study, which means that the security personnel did not take appropriate actions to deal with perpetrators of crime. And in other words, their interventions are always inadequate, sometimes over the top, and at worst, leading to assault and injuries, and at the very worst, even deaths reported in the past. And I think this is really the matter. The next slide. Next slide, Khabo. Chair, am I still with you?
Yes, we can hear you, DG.
Yeah, but the slides have freezed. And may I request that someone else with the presentation flight it, because it could be that where the chief director is presenting, there's a load shedding issue. David, you can project, or Dr. Soktikwa where you are. I think that will assist. Okay, let's move to slide number 4. Slide number 4. Before this one. Before this one. Yeah, that slide. Chair, I think that this summary takes us right to the core of the nub of the problem. There are common crimes that needs to be considered when universities are drafting their security programs. These are sexual assaults, common robbery, common assault, violent protests, common thefts, and murder. This is an important indicator that therefore our security plans needs to take into account, our law enforcement also need to take into account. In this study, the University of Zululand, Northwest University, the University of Free State, TUT, CUT, the University of Western Cape, University of Venda, University of Limpopo, have, amongst other universities, including University of Mpumalanga, participated in the study. Currently, 9 universities have granted permission, and there was still, at the time of the finalization of the report, more information required from the universities that are not mentioned in this regard. And from a survey conducted with staff, students, and security, as well as officials, it was clear, as indicated on the right-hand side, which are the important crimes that we need to focus upon. Let's move to the next slide. Next. Thank you very much, Khabo and Dr. Sotleko. So the results have shown, Chair, overall that 18% of staff and 20% of our students do not believe that social spaces were safe enough. This is a significant number of students and staff that believe that in their environment, there was no safety. Key factors needs to be examined that determine the level of safety in these areas, and they include brightness of existing lighting systems and the presence of security personnel. Brightness of existing lights is not only about the poor infrastructure. It could mean that there is actually literally no attention to issues of security when lights just dim in front of the security personnel, and they don't think that it is necessary for them to change the globes or do maintenance, of the equipment such as cameras and others. It means that a kind of security awareness needs to be conducted by our department. 17% of staff and 19% of students further indicated incidents related to gender-based violence. The manner in which they were handled was not satisfactory. I take into account, Professor Alwala, that the study was conducted since 2020, and therefore it might not be aligned to the latest data in terms of what is happening, but it is a useful data that begins to say to us, in our interventions, we must prioritize gender-based violence, particularly a comprehensive, advocacy campaign that, do not just tick the box, but that deals comprehensively. And we are going to show in the report by Higher Health how this is being done. And I think members of the portfolio committee will, consider our inputs in that light. According to this report, 28% of students and 24% of staff are worried about lighting systems on campus, and they argue that these were moderately maintained, which means that there are occasions when such equipment were not replaced for long periods, and in certain areas did not have operational lighting systems. And the perimeter fencing lines that act as the first line of defense were generally in poor condition for 10% of the participating universities. In my recent engagement with the Vice Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare, as recently as yesterday, it is very clear that as we engage, institutions of learning are not supposed to look like some kind of high maximum security facilities. They're supposed to look like areas of higher learning, of intellectual engagement. And in this regard, when what you see when you enter our institutions is bars and high perimeter fences, you begin to feel that there are now restrictions imposed on our scholars and researchers, our students and our staff, and our lecturers in their movement, within their communities of practice. Most universities, almost 60%, had very minimal contact with the South African police. And I think it's an important report which we'd like to share with the police because work has started earnestly. What we have observed, Chair, in this regard is that in a community of around 50,000 people, in one particular village at Ekua, maybe Kwamhlabu Lingana, at that village of 50,000 people, you'll find a small, police station that was designed for 50,000 people. What the police do not take into account is the fact that institutions bring large numbers. For example, if you go to Alice in the Eastern Cape, where Fort Hare is located, it's a small town, Alice, perhaps not more than 100,000 people. But the university alone brings 11,000 students. And so if the security provisioning is only taking into account local citizens and with no consideration of the additional requirements for security of our institutions, you will find a disjuncture between the response mechanisms in place and the needs or the safety needs of our institutions. Next slide. 40% of participating universities had inadequate budgets to cover all security matters, which may hinder effective security operations. And this may force certain critical activities to be missed, which may be necessary for mitigating risks on campus. This report, Chair, as we present to you, has not been edited. It is directly from the independent source, the university and academics that have compiled it. And therefore, it points fingers at everybody, including the department itself. And therefore, I'm happy to present it with that kind of, objectivity, because I think our team must also look into what the report says needs to be done. The importance of control rooms, according to this report, is often overlooked. These oversee some of the university premium assets and are at the front of various events on campuses. And they even control uptime and downtime on key security technology. And in the majority of cases, 25% of campuses indicate that such facilities are not up to scratch. There's lack of clear emergency exit signs from 60% of participating universities, elevating the risk that students may struggle to exit buildings during a fire emergency. These are clearly going to assist us to prioritize what can be done in the short term, in the medium and long term. The threat and risk assessment should be undertaken at least once a year to ensure that safety and security technology and security systems align with the priority of the risk mitigation strategies, and that the dual security system should be used where possible, such as a card and biometrics, and video surveillance. In other words, combine technology as well as manual systems to ensure that at no material times have we find that students are not properly and adequately covered in terms of plans that we have produced. A comprehensive security plan is, in the majority of cases, not in place in our institution. Specifically, one that addresses all these issues that have been raised. Even where a security plan is in place, it does not necessarily align itself to the security threats that has been revealed to us in this fourth slide. The nighttime levels of lighting are important for natural surveillance, as it also increases the operability of technology and physical security systems. And unfortunately, it has been found that the nighttime lighting in our institution is not adequate. Well, I'm happy that the responses from our universities, of the 26 universities, we had about 20 responses. Of course, a few universities, and we mentioned those, did not respond to this study. I want to make sure, and I hope we can cross-check with the study that Dr. Sokwa has recently done, if we don't have any commonalities between non-responses in this study and non-responses in the departmental effort to, generate data, security data that we need. The requirements are dependent on risk analysis, and some have no bodyguards, some rely more on technology, some on ad hoc guards. I think it is very clear to us that this is the issue. Regarding private security, just to give members of parliament and members of the portfolio committee a sense of who has most bodyguards or who has most private security, the University of Zululand clearly is. And I think I need to indicate that it's supposed to be University of Johannesburg next to University of Zululand, which is second to the University of Zululand in terms of the private security provision. I think it's important that we're careful in the analysis. Let's go back a little bit. It's important that we're careful in the analysis of this data, because, for example, at the University of Zululand, it's a rural university where there's absolutely lack of coverage when it comes to state security. And therefore, institutions have to go very far in trying to provide for themselves. But at the same time, it's crucial for us to do an analysis of what that private security is all about. Because if that security expenditure does not respond to the key areas that we have identified as the threats, it means that is wasteful expenditure. And therefore, it's important for us to align what is expended in each institution with what the threat is all about. The University of Cape Town is third in terms of private security, with Free State University and DHET following. In the rest of other institutions, we may not have received data on time, but it gives you a sense that we have to now look at our current investments with a critical view of whether this investment is actually addressing the threats or the threat analysis that the police have conducted. As we conclude, Chairperson, general security expenditure if we look at expenditure, and the frequency in that regard, it begins to indicate to us that these are the the investments that are made on general security, and the question is this accurate, to address the threat analysis? Next. The bodyguard costs, for example, as reflected at the University of Fort Hare and the University of Venda. The University of Venda has most bodyguard costs. Interestingly, if you look at that cost, we would like to have gotten the data on the cost at University of Zululand, which is considered to be having, most private security, so that we can compare if there are financial efficiencies that are there. And this is the data which we would like to present to the portfolio committee. And this we present, as I indicated earlier, as work in progress. Next slide. There is your total cost of security. And I think it is clear that a huge amount of investments is being made to security. And sooner than later, our institutions will look like prisons. Before we talk to the way forward, I think we must go to the DHET presentation. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. This slide, Chairperson, provides a collaboration between our departments, progress regarding a study that has been conducted by our, which has been presented recently to EXCO, regarding the, the blueprint for DHET colleges, which was created by the police in consultation with our department. It is envisaged that this presentation will assist all our stakeholders in projecting the implementation of the projected solutions going forward. I wish to bring on board Mr. Zungu and DDG Mbobovava to take us through the slides.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you to the Deputy Minister, Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and colleagues from the department. If I were to just give a brief background, Honorable Chair, to the few slides that you see in the presentation. Around about 2021, the Divisional Commissioner of the South African Police Services responsible for protection and security services approached the department with a plan or a proposal to conduct security assessments in some of our institutions of higher learning, both our universities as well as our DHET colleges, with an aim or a purpose of coming up with a blueprint or the minimum, physical security standards for PSET institutions. So the survey or the assessment was conducted in a number of DHET colleges as a phase one of the process, but the intention is to cover all our PSET institutions. So the survey was done in 2021, and in December last year, the colleagues from South African Police Services presented a proposal or a document. I would say it's a proposal because we also need to go through the proposed standards, guidelines, as a department together with our principals, and then present them also to the minister. So I must put a disclaimer, Chairperson, that the document has not yet been shared with our principals, our political principals, and therefore it is work in progress. At this stage, we are consulting our principals with a view to developing an implementation plan that will then take us to the implementation of the standards that are in the document. So it's a very comprehensive blueprint that is designed for the development and implementation of an effective threat management process, in our institutions, and to ensure that there is a certain level of security that is achieved, and security standards are also in place that will be guiding our management, college management in particular, but as I'm saying, as well as universities, on what it is that they must put in place in order to comply with minimum physical security standards. So DG, I will really not go through the slides as presented. As I'm saying, it is still a draft document. So in regard to the process, DG, we are currently consulting principals. We will be implementing an implementation plan that will be costed, and then also present that to our principals for adoption and implementation going forward. The document, Chairperson, captures, all-round security in an institution, starting from your management, your security management team that must be in place, your plan, security plan, your committees that must be in place. And then it looks at, perimeter security. And what is interesting, DG, is that the recommendations that are in the report are actually also responding, to the findings of the report that you've just presented from the University of Zululand. So it is quite interesting that even though the two processes were not linked, but this document by South African Police Services is already responding to the findings of the report that was done in our universities. DG, allow me to just summarize the report as I've done. But I would like to comment, DG, on the threats, against our principals in particular, as well as the CEOs of our sitters, and what the department does when we receive such threats. Chairperson, we've been receiving a number of, requests from principals of colleges, and recently even the CEOs of sitters, asking the department to come and conduct a threat and risk assessment exercise, because they have been receiving threats on their cell phones, they've been receiving emails, they've also been receiving tip-offs, that please be careful, there's somebody following you. In KwaZulu-Natal in particular, I think we've got about 5 principals at the present moment that are receiving, security services in the form of protection services by private companies. And that is as a result of the TRNA that was conducted by the department. And then we present the report and the findings to the college council. And the college council will then have to see how they support the principal. And in most instances, councils will then adopt the report and then provide the security or protection to those principals. It's a phenomenon that is also growing in Gauteng as well. We've received a few CEOs now in Gauteng asking us to come and do TRNA, and we've done it. In some instances, you'll find that there are no serious threats, but in other instances, we will find that there are serious threats, and then we'll recommend that the board or the council must consider offering protection to the principal. We believe that is not ideal. You saw, Chairperson, what was happening at Coastal TVET College as well as DUT. We don't think it should be a permanent status, but we think that with the implementation of these norms and standards, we will be able to support our principals. Thank you very much, DG.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think that's how we conclude our presentation on this section, and I would like to just for half a second each to ask DDG Zungu and DDG Sopikwa to indicate if we have not left out some important information. If not, Professor Aluale to present on our policy on gender-based violence. In that regard, Chair, we are the first of the departments of government to have produced a policy on gender-based violence. And it's important that we have done so, but it's also important that implementation of such a policy is tested. And I think the analysis today, on one hand, gives us a sense of the extent to which we have gone to implement such policies. Prof. Alualia.
Greetings, greetings, DG. Greetings, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and I'm very grateful that you allowed us to come and present. Greetings to Deputy Minister, to all the portfolio members, fellow colleagues from the department. Greetings to everyone. With your permission, DG, I'll proceed into the presentation. Will that be okay, DG? Through your permission?
You're welcome. You are welcome.
DG, in fact, I wanted to add further that we're not only the first in the country to have a policy framework, and the UN Women will testify with us that we are the first in African continent to have a sectoral policy or a departmental policy on the policy framework. Our policy is resonating to a number of SDGs of the UN goals. We're also trying to ensure that, and DG, also to emphasize to the portfolio committee that the number of policies that Higher Health has worked with the department, like the HIV policy in the past, the COVID policy, the GBV, and these policies are also used by AAU, African Association of Universities, as a gold standard for them to adopt. So we do help our African brothers and sisters around our continent with the same standards of policies that we develop in the system. And I'm very proud that at least South Africa leads the continent, and wherever we can deliver to our neighboring countries, we must do this, because at the end, we are all together in this fight. And this, what happens in South Africa, is not something that doesn't happen in other parts of Africa, and specifically in SADC countries. I just thought, DG, just to add on that line. DG, you're absolutely right, DG. You did present and you touched. This is our gold standard. Grateful to our minister who came in 2016, who initiated this big process of building the policy, even before the president started considering on the National Strategic Plan. And the important part is these two processes of the National Strategic Plan on GBV and the DHET policy framework started parallelly, which is a very good sign, because we could then, obviously, from the mother Bible of the president, which is the National Strategic Plan from the presidency, we could align our policy very quickly and work. But just to note, the processes started very parallel at the same time, and grateful that we could do that far earlier. It took about 4 years, a process to develop our policy framework, which eventually got signed off from various layers, public comments, and eventually from our cabinet, which became a gold principle to our institutions of higher learning and to Higher Health to implement this fantastic piece of work called the policy framework. But the big test remains is how do we implement the policy? And today's my presentation will be about the risks that we have on the gender-based violence. How does this policy implement itself to cover those risks? And what we have achieved so far, and guidance from the portfolio committee around what more we should do. The battle of our GBV is very much like HIV, Chairperson. We will lose, but we are doing a lot. We will continue fighting. We need to be resilient. It's a very difficult battle. We are a microcosm of a bigger society. And at the end of the day, we have to face it together with the society and the community. So it's not a very linear pandemic. It's a very cross-sectional pandemic. And I'll explain this through the policy how we're covering the policy in a cross-sectional basis of how to deal with this pandemic. Unlike COVID, where a vaccine can prevent a virus or a pandemic, but a social and a communal pandemic is far challenging. And that is what our discussion will be today, Chairperson, under your guidance. 3 big goals, Chair: enabling environment. How do we build post-school education and system where we can enable a discussion and break the silence of GBV, a stigma that attaches to GBV. One big achievement that we are trying to achieve, Chairperson, is the fact that that MRC report of saying only 1 in 10 people report GBV in South Africa. How do we make more and more South Africans report GBV? And we break the silence. That was exactly how we even fought HIV, because we had to break the stigma of HIV for more and more people to test. And even if they are early positive, we put them on ARVs, give them long lives, and help survivors. But the goal too is about prevention and awareness. How do we prevent new cases to happen? And a lot has been spoken about safety and security, but Chair, we will also give our input on the work that has been done on the safety of students, keeping in mind on many areas where they are vulnerable in the post-school system. And we will be talking about it. And the aim is not to let more new cases of GBV happen. And how do we prevent them? And the last but not the least, and the most important, is how do we provide support and assistance to our complainants, our survivors, and bringing some kind of first line of justice system into our PSET. We have a small role, but an important role at the first line of defense versus working closely with the judicial system, whether it's an NPA or the police or the SAPS. And I will inform you, Chair, how we're moving. Next slide, please. Chair, the first thing is what Higher Health has done is Higher Health has, through the department, under department's care, established a technical task team chaired by Professor Lenkabula. In the task team, Chair, we have all our units, all our departments in the, whether it's a university branch, planning branch, TVET branch, CET branch, from the department attending. And I can guarantee, dear Chair, all departments, units attend all our meetings. That's a very, and despite their difficult diaries. So thank you for the DHET. But we also have our DDG of Department of Women on the committee. We have SAPS on our committee. We are now introducing NPA on our technical task team. We have SAUS, we have Satwetsa, leadership, both gender office and the president. We have survivors, we have civil society, specifically the men's sector. We have MRC, we have vice chancellors and rectors, SAPCO, which is college principals. So you can see, Chair, our aim was to make a multi-sectoral technical task team, which is trying to help Higher Health implement the policy in the system. I might have missed 1 or 2 years, the United Nations, the UN Women, UNFPA. So, Chair, it's a very big unit, a good technical task team, but multi-sectoral, built with a number of people. The first thing was, how do we break this policy into simple protocols and procedural guidelines? These are checklists, a quick understanding to our institutions, what is the bare minimum they need to put in place in order for them to be able to implement our policy. So what we did was the first 3 in 2021, 2022, Chair, we released these 3 protocols to the technical task team. Higher Health's writing team put these protocols based on a number of scientific evidence, data, consultation with all the institutions, and then it goes to the TTT. It's a rigorous process, and a protocol is released. Similarly to how we did COVID, how we acted with HIV and many other pandemics in the past. So, Chair, one of the procedural guidelines was released. These procedural guidelines talks to the establishment of a responsible office, reporting processes, dealing on informal and formal complaint inquiries, establishment of a disciplinary tribunal which is non-management biased. We have advised our institutions to develop these tribunals, telling the management who should be part of the tribunals. And we're working with each institution trying to build these tribunals. Supportive measures, basic guidelines on psychosocial support mechanisms to be absolutely ready. Higher Health itself has now put a 24-hour helpline, a chair which is 24 hours, and it's totally free, toll-free. And these are the kind of mechanisms, Chair, we want to, but also on the ground, should cases of psychosocial, cases of GBV gets reported immediately, what measures to be put. And of course, safety and security, which I will further dwell down, and sanctions for non-compliance, Chair. These are the sub templates of the procedural guidelines. Similarly, Chair, we released a rape protocol, going about after hours reporting, trained people to take statements, psychosocial and medical support, involvement of SAPs, complainant centered. And it's been done with the help of SAPs in that regard. Chair, similarly, code of ethics, talking about dignity and respect. Every institution must have a charter adopted by the students, SRCs, the institution and the academia and the unions around dignity and respect, compliance with rules, open exchange of ideas, no hate speech. So, Chair, these were 3 protocols that were released. And eventually, each protocol then gets followed by trainings. And I will explain about this as I moved in my presentation. 2022-2023, Chair, haven't released yet, still in the consultation phases. It has gone through to the last phase where I will show you the roadmap that these protocols are now going to second time to the TTT for finalization. There were a number of referred back to NPA's consultations back that these protocols have been developed but will be released during the course of the year. We're really hoping by April we should be having them off the ground. A protocol emphasizing on statement of complaint, staff-student relationships, which predominantly are one of the important drivers of our gender-based violence, and protocol on private accommodation, protocol on safety and security in our campuses, protocol on campus accommodation. So we have, under Higher Health, established a community of practice in partnership with the existing community of practice, which is all the directors of residences in South Africa, including private residences. It's a voluntary system of community of practice, very well attended chairperson. All 26 universities, directors of residence under Higher Health sit to 3 times a year, and they are the ones who are helping us, and including private accommodation. Good thing was, with COVID-19, Higher Health had to train COVID protocols to the private accommodation service providers, and many of them, not all, but majority. So it was good to bring them together. And these protocols have been consulted, Chair, as I speak to you, with the campus accommodation and the private accommodation. Similarly, Chair, we have a community of practice of all the directors of residences or campus security. And we have also partnered with PSET, which is private security, because in many institutions, including our TVET colleges, even in our universities, half of our security is given to PSET, where we need stronger protocols with safety and security on GBV with the help of private security. So all the 26 directors of residence of campus security sit with Higher Health 3 times a year as a community of practice, and a fantastic association, Chair, which has helped us build to where we are and very involved. And thanks to SAPS also for being very considerate in this regard. And of course, Chair, other issues are also very much in partnership with SAPS, NPA. And one of the reason of delay is that there's a NPA relook of some of the protocol areas before it gets out into the public space. Next slide. Chair, I wanted to get down into campus residences, and just to give you a very high level picture of how does a protocol on a campus safety residence will be and what it will be talking about. It will be emphasizing through minimum standards and checklists on how how residents maybe, so the risk is, so the question was, what are the risks and what are the solutions? One of the risks is they are unsafe if overcrowded, mixed evolutions, and doors don't lock. And that is what the big risk remains in our residence. This is coming purely in our consultation with residences from a number of data that we have put together in our protocol. Where we are going to be putting up standards will be on don't overfill residences, have separate evolutions, lock on rooms. Abuse of drugs, alcohol associated with SGB. It's a huge reason of campus residences being unsafe on GBV, clearly evident. Education will play a very central role. Policy development by each institution around reasonable approved consumption. There's been a very big challenging. We are looking at no alcohol policy versus the question of about reasonable approved consumption. And reasonable approved consumption is how Stellenbosch and few universities have put, and that is the test where we are going to introduce on testing students randomly on the level of alcohol which is permitted as per the guidelines of South African law. And so these are big questions, Chair, which will obviously be open for discussion with the portfolio committee. Weekend party culture, we need to cut it down, can be very high risk, specifically for the first years, a large number of data, and also to the visitors and there are risk remains with the visitors attending our campus residences. Again, at education campaigns, safety behavior and no alcohol policy in residences, the strict timeline guidelines is on the visitors and recording. And these are, Chair, things that we need to re-emphasize through these protocols very clearly. Allocation of accommodation can be problematic. We've seen it through evidence. So there has to be strict allocation of policy, and where possible, rooms should be allocated only by the staff and recommended body, not by everyone, and intrusion into that. Poorly lit residences, no visible security, women in danger, have good lighting in and out residences, visible security, and established community policing forums. We are really putting emphasis on establishing community policing forums. Chair, Higher Health's biggest strength has been its peer education program. And with 10,000 foot soldiers built for HIV, COVID, and many other challenges, they've been fully being prepared for the GBV. And we are asking them to help us now establish community policing forums. And this will be very important for us to take security in our own systems together. Resident wardens, house mothers, staff, and leadership needs to be supportive and conduct regular training and capacitation on GBV. Chair, Higher Health is launching, has its own curriculum, which is its core curriculum, which is now being accredited with the QCTO as a skills qualification on NQF5. The 5 credits of that curriculum, as much as the first module is civic education, talks about human ethics, safety, and security. The second module is gender studies, gender-based violence, toxic masculinity, all these protocols that I'm talking about. We will come up with the proposal to the resident wardens and the vice chancellors and the universities and DHET that any staff appointed in the residences, even in security, must at least do that module of Higher Health, which is quality assured as a skills, as a minimum standard or requirement before they get into the workspace, or at least part of the in-service training, because they are the first respondent dealing with GBV in the institution. They need to understand GBV and sensitize. And this has been written in a very simple, that you do not, and the criteria of anybody entering into that qualification or into that standard of education is completely online. You can do it via your phone, and you get your certificate with 5 modules on gender. And that can be clearly done, Chair, which is written for every PSET student standard, which is even for the CET college, TVET college, or university. So most of these wardens, house mothers have minimum literacy qualification to do this, which will help us as a sector to sensitize GBV right to the bottom. So we're working with PSET also to say this curriculum is critical for standards for the people who are on the front line dealing with our students. Similarly, Chair, these are regular trainings that I'm talking about in capacity. Encourage reporting of GBV, ensure access to support services such as campus security, psychosocial services, work with responsible office to ensure guidelines are followed. Lastly, Chair, resident students do not always know where to get help. So a number of pamphlets, posters, important numbers, 24-hour helpline of higher help, resource packs, policies, protocols should be visible, whether in the cafeteria, whether in the entrance, reception, etc. They should be, and that is where these standards will come in place. Next slide. Chair, I will go now quicker. Private accommodation is very similar to what I presented in our in-campus accommodation, but I'm also going to talk about extra things. Owners and managers of private accommodation must be trained and capacitated on the institution's GBV guidelines and protocols and comply with the same safety and security standards that apply to our campus residences. And all the issues that I spoke about, not being overcrowded, educating residents on alcohol, control alcohol, safe behavior, good lighting, support to victims of GBV, monitoring of minimum standards. Private accommodation must make the same resource packs available and have the same information displayed at the campus residence. And Chair, the same curriculum that is now QCTO accredited with higher health, which is anyways across running in the institutions of South Africa, need to be also one of the, at least one module, which is the gender, needs to be, which is 5 credits, must be done by the owners and managers of the private accommodation as a minimum criteria before they take jobs and service provision to our institutions. We will go very rigorous in this because this is easily available through higher health. It is totally online. It's interactive curriculum. It's participatory pedagogy. It talks about every protocol in the place, and they will learn and understand GBV and be able to support students, considering they are leading our gender-based violence program. Next slide. Chair, as protocol on statement of complaint. It is very important, Chair. If the case of GBV happens on our premises, most of it does happen outside, which is 85%, but predominant cases do happen on campus too. Any case that happens on campus, the first reporting is very important, Chair. That's where the evidence is. And half of the time our survivors lose because the evidence is lost. And we are taking a huge criteria towards safeguarding that. And that's been our agreement with campus security, gender offices that are establishing, specifically because campus protection is the first one called on site, including training campus health, student affairs, towards the interview process and the approval process of the complainant and the recording, the written complainant. Because SAPS is agreeing that this will be the first sworn statement, similar to a sworn statement, that can help in evidence towards protecting the survivor. A PSET institution must set up a hearing panel, disciplinary tribunal, to undertake disciplinary proceedings against alleged perpetrators. The statement of complaint is of critical importance in the form of disciplinary process. These written complaints will help in proceedings done properly, details of the incident, where, when, how, nature of the incident. And it will be used in the formal disciplinary process within our own institution. We are not a judicial body as a Department of Higher Education. All we can do is, we can only do the first part, which is the disciplinary tribunal. We can't suspend a student, we can take action, but then hand it over the whole evidence to the judicial system. So the linkage between DHET and the judicial system is what I'm talking about through the statement of complaint. The aim is persons receiving statement must be trained and fully capacitated and GBV sensitized, no secondary victimization, use victim's own words, victim must be calm, should be taken after psychosocial and medical support. Nothing before first saving a life, before only starting this process. Reports by healthcare professional, the J88 forms availability, relevant forms. And that's why, Chair, campus security, resident directors, student support services, are now going to play a very central role in the institutions of higher learning, along with our academia. And that is why this is a collective effort which we have to work. And that is why Higher Health has established these community of practices. Higher Health is equally proud that it works with the community of practice of SASA, all the student services. Last year, we did full training for all the SRCs through SAUS, all the SRCs in SAPCO, it's Satvitsa. We equally have a community of practice now with 50 student support managers, thanks to DDG Sam Zungu and his leadership in the TVET sector. Similarly, under Tembisa, we have now established all the principals and CET managers, which are the center managers, together with Higher Health. Similarly, under Patricia Gaza, we have established the campus managers in the TVET sector. So, Chair, these are important forums for us to keep training relevant, important people who are going to be the first line of respondent, whether it's TVET, whether it's CET, or whether it's a university. And that is why these protocols become critical for them to be able to implement in reality. Next slide. Staff-student relationship, Chair. Guard against abuse of unequal power relations between staff and student at the PSET. It's a big risk that can lead to exploitation of vulnerable students for sexual purposes. It's a huge chronic problem in the PSET system. Our CHE data clearly points out to that from a number of institutions in South Africa. Boundaries must be set on romantic relationships between staff and students to protect students. Failure to adhere to this protocol must be made a violation that will have disciplinary consequences. Number one, strict standards must be reflected in the HR policies and adhered to by staff who hold positions of power over students or own members of staff who are vulnerable, such as junior staff, interns, and fellows. Number two, staff members in relationship with students or junior staff must disclose this information to HR and their senior line management. Number three, staff members in relationship with student or junior staff, which is love, must recuse themselves if any conflict of interest might occur. For example, if they are supervising work of such students or junior staff. Number four, staff members in relationship with students or junior staff must declare on an annual basis that there will be no conflict of interest. So it's an annual thing that staff who are supervising students have to declare this form. HR must obtain written acceptance and acknowledgement from junior staff or students in relationship with staff members that such relationships are consensual, even if there's no direct line with each other. So, Chair, these are important, but sometimes not adhered to protocols, and we have to now reinstate because these remains a big risk for our PSET GBV systems. Next slide. Safety and security, Chair. A lot has been spoken by the DG, a fantastic presentation that he did. But from our side, Chair, just to add on, we have protocol now built with the help of PSERA, Private Security, Camprosa, Campus Security Directors, and of course, a little bit of support from SAPS. That training, we are going to go very deep into training to security personnel. We are also saying to them that your security managers and security officers need to do the higher health gender curriculum. It's a minimum standard. You are on the first line. The biggest challenge is that the risk is that our security do not respect GBV or understand GBV. And that is where we need to get them understand the sensitivity that remains in our this major pandemic that this country faces. Security staff should attend such a course prior to working on campuses and be familiar with GBV policies and protocols. They should also be trained on the implementation of orders in terms of Domestic Violence Act and Harassment Act. Security staff should be vetted for prior GBV convictions. Very grateful to campus security directors and SAPS and PSERA and the Civil Secretariat of SAPS that are working closely now with the help of Higher Health towards implementation of these violence acts and harassment acts to train our in-service security. This is for in-service security. Campus must be well lit, security must be visible. We are really saying all hotspots should have visibility. Without visibility, we will not be resting chair. This is not possible. Otherwise, we will be in danger. an annual campus safety audit. This is part of the DHET policy. And Higher Health has put criteria of the campus safety audit, which must be addressed. The audit should identify unsafe areas that need lightening, other safety risks, and should address these. Just to give you an example, Chair, in Ulundi, not in Ulundi, sorry, in Umfolozi TVET College, one of our campus, we found that the data was suggesting that there were 10 rape cases that were or sexual violence cases that were reported from a particular campus. Chair, I will give you the name of the campus. It's in Umfolozi TVET College. Chair, it was purely because outside the campus, the street had no streeting lights going to the city center where our campus is. Chair, we worked with the municipality and put streeting lights. We have reduced, and we followed up from there on, we have reduced the incidents by 90% through one intervention called security lighting just outside the campus, because in KZN, the winters come early, the light goes off early, and students were going out of the campus after that, in that hour. So simple things, Chair, can make a huge difference. In one university of Limpopo, we realized that incidents were happening because of a latch in the sports complex, in the bathrooms. And a simple management issue of how an audit can happen to check the locks are working. The people can lock the bathroom doors in a common sports complexes. That has helped in reducing quickly the incidences. So, Chair, simple issues sometimes can become very difficult life and death issues. And that is where our policy is going to be putting together the campus safety audits for our management to be able to tick absolute these issues. And these audits, which should be regular, there are criteria to it. When incidents take place after hours, the security officer that responds must take action the victim asks for, assist them by accompanying them to SAPS. So we are not saying that the student must be told to go to SAPS. Our policy will be from now on that our campus security or private security must accompany the student to SAPS and hand over, or to the medical facilities. No secondary victimization. Security of staff must adhere to a victim-centered approach. Policing forums in partnership with campus security made up of student and staff to enable efficient responses should be formed to respond to and after hour incidents. Extra security should be provided around libraries, sports facilities, hotspot areas where students congregate after hours. And community policing will be a very critical part. That Higher Health 10,000 peer educators are now, as I speak, Chair, are putting emphasis towards against this difficult pandemic that we are talking about. Next slide. Thank you. Chair, just to give you the last part, we are hoping, we were 7th of February, the technical task team could not meet, but we are hoping under the Deputy Minister's leadership that Deputy Minister is willing to invite Deputy Minister of SAPS and Deputy Minister of Justice together with him in consultation with the TTT. We are proposing that in March, April, we will have this technical task team meeting. Chair, we would like to invite you as the portfolio chair to also attend this technical task team, have a meet, so that when we robustly engage these issues, Chair, the implementation guidance is given to the sector predominantly. There will be vice chancellors, principals, and all the members of the TTT. And we really request the DM to really help us invite the minister, Deputy Minister of SAPS and Justice, as they play a very central role with us in this fight of the GBV. And we are looking for these protocols to be released through their kind support, because they are the custodians with us in this fight of GBV with us, when we have to move in together. Next slide. Chair, just to give you a small glimpse of implementation. Chair, Higher Health launched this curriculum on gender, which I spoke to you about. Now it has been accredited by QCTO as a skills qualification, and it's part of the civic education curriculum of Higher Health, co-curriculum. Higher Health reaches about 500,000 students through that co-curriculum every year. But GBV and gender studies, which is gender-based violence, gender equality, toxic masculinity, and gender diversity are 4 subtopics of the 5 credits. Chair, we launched this in 2021 post the policy as one of the main module of the civic education health curriculum of higher health. Chair, 124,000 students in the post-school education enrolled into the curriculum in 21. Last year, despite COVID, 162,909. Chair, this is face-to-face. We could not do a digital because we're only going now online because it took us 2.5 years to develop a full online curriculum now to go parallel to the second curriculum, which is the face-to-face. This is only face-to-face, Chair. First time introduction in the system, full gender module. Chair, 80,500 voluntarily completed the entire curriculum and took their risk assessment. So, Chair, if you are in this curriculum, you will be asked to do a risk profiling, whether you are on risk to GBV yourself after studying. Similarly, if you are a perpetrator, you will have a risk profiling. It doesn't say perpetrator risk screening, but you can see that if you are perpetrator, you can also correct yourself. The aim is more and more people profile their risks of gender-based violence, similarly to how we did with mental health, HIV, TB, where people risk profile themselves and then go for the next line of reporting or care and support mechanism. Chair, for the first time, from just 200 or 300 cases that were being reported of GBV, we have increased 8,676 in 2021, 6,557 cases that have reported to higher health for support. These are early interventions, Chair. Yes, we lose Nosikelo, we lose Unene, we lose Ntokozo just recently. But Chair, these are young lives that at early phases of their partner violence or relationships are coming out and saying, we want to do something. This is called breaking the silence. So we are seeing some impact, Chair. Might not be the most positive or the biggest impact that we will do a research, Chair, higher health continuously, and DG was pointing some researches that higher health normally does. We are looking with HSRC to do a research next year, just to look at the impact initially. It's just a third year of our implementation, or 2.5 years, which was still affected by COVID. But we want to really see, are we really making impact? But certain results are giving us a lot of encouragement, Chair, that people are coming out. These are all students who are now linked to some psychosocial support by higher health, a psychologist, a counselor. If they want reporting, then reporting. These are not cases that are happening only in the PSET. Only 50 of these cases are in the PSET system, Chair. Predominantly, majority of these cases are happening in their lives or has happened in their life before even joining a post-school education. Uncles, their boyfriends, their husbands, these are realities of South Africa, where partner violence is the biggest challenge that remains in the system. To conclude, Chair, next slide, if there is any. Yes. Chair, this is where the big thing for higher health is capacity building. I'm very proud, Chair. 8,748 PSET staff have volunteered and supported higher health through these community of practices, already trained on 3 protocols that I spoke about, and will from now on start going into the next 5 protocols that I spoke about. Whether it's management, whether it's residents, whether it's frontline staff, housing, campus security, protection service, SRCs, SAUs, Satvetsa, and they play a very central role, Chair. There is no way higher health alone will ever, or DHET alone will ever win this pandemic. We cannot win without the portfolio committee. We cannot win without residence directors. We cannot win without SAPs. We cannot win this without NPA. Cannot win without management, vice chancellors buy-in, TVET rectors buy-in. We need everyone in this fight, Chair. It's the most complicated pandemic that ever higher health has touched its fingers with. I must say, it is far more difficult than even HIV, what higher health predominantly is known for, and has really captured the pandemic and sustained it in the, stabilized it in the system. Chair, higher health deals with HIV. Higher health deals with gender-based violence, gender equality, gender diversity. Higher health deals with mental health. Higher health deals with drugs and alcohol. Higher health deals with civic education, disability, physical well-being. Higher health deals with sexual reproductive health, unplanned pregnancies. Higher health is dealing with COVID and many other epidemics that keep coming and haunting our sector. But among all these, GBV remains the most difficult. And Chair, equally, I would like to emphasize these are all cross-sectional and interrelated pandemic. You cannot have GBV and not talk about alcohol and drugs. You cannot talk about mental health and not GBV. You cannot talk about teenage pregnancies and unplanned pregnancies without HIV. And above all, you cannot talk about civic education and health and safety and security, because civic education is needed. Chair, I will stop here. Thank you very much for allowing me, and I'm grateful to the DG for allowing me. I'll take questions, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I think there you have it from our Professor Aluwala. I'm not so sure, Chair, if you will allow us to just take this last presentation on load shedding, and so that we are done with the presentation. With your permission, we could do so.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sokiko.
Can you see the presentation? Chair, can you see the presentation?
No, we see your emails.
Oh, that's very strange. Let me quickly do this. Strange. Let me try and get it again.
We can see it, but it's not on presentation mode.
Okay, is it on presentation mode now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go.
All right, Chair, and let me start off by saying good morning to all the honourable members, to my colleagues, DG, Minister, Deputy Minister, morning to all of you. We were extremely worried about the load sharing trajectory that's incrementally impacted many sectors. And so we conducted a quick survey just before the examinations, and I will share the results with you here. 18 out of 26 institutions responded, and those who did not respond are listed. We asked the first question: how's your institution responding to load shedding? And Chair, I must just indicate that one or two institutions, responded twice, so the numbers may not necessarily tally, but still the results are fairly reflective. The two institutions indicated that they're adjusting their schedules to load shedding, in other words, the academic timetable. 10 developed plans to ensure that the system remains stable. 8 indicated they are still developing plans, and 1 indicated they don't know how to respond. Obviously, none indicated they were not affected. We then asked the questions: what interventions have you introduced to manage load shedding? 50% indicated that they procured generators, and none solar, none hydrogen cells, and 5 established a hybrid solution. We're not certain what that hybrid solution comprises, but we will be engaging them further on that. And 2, none of the above. We asked another question: have you formulated an energy strategy? 5 indicated yes, 4 no, 10 indicated they're in the process of doing so, 2, they're not sure what to do. And obviously none said no need. We then asked them, have you costed your energy strategy? And this is critical because it then enables you to ask for support from the department in your infrastructure requests or environments, etc., or to move funds from one project to another. It's important for the universities indicated that they have costed this strategy. 6 said no, and 10 were in the process of doing so. 1 did not know what to do. So based on this, these results, Chair, we felt it was absolutely experts in the CSIR who've been doing this for some time. And we felt the CSI was perfect, firstly, because we didn't have to proceed with procurement processes to conduct the workshop. We had a partner in place. Secondly, they've established a farm. I call that CSR farm, which basically runs on solar panels. So they've tested this, but they've also come in, developed very innovative systems in the hydrogen cells. And I think, Chair, you were present, and some of the members were present in Cape Town, where the CSR developed, presented their plans with implementation of some of the innovation solutions. So we thought they were the best partner. We will be in this workshop looking and advising on energy audits, because obviously different buildings require different amounts of energy based on what they do. Some buildings are best placed to adopt solar systems. Others, hydrogen cells. For example, if you run transport systems, hydrogen cells would be excellent, and so forth. So an energy audit is very important and probably the most critical step before we present solutions. Then we'll be looking at energy saving measures in the interim, because in spite of load shedding, Chair, I'm sure you've seen it, several institutions leave their lights on, and that is even institutions outside the sector leave their lights on. So we'll be looking at what energy measures they've instituted. Are they using the correct globes in the interim, so that we embark on a serious energy saving measures. Energy management system. I'm sure, Chair, you noted that when we were visiting the different campuses, this was virtually absent. And we hope using 1 or 2 of the universities as models, in particular Stellenbosch, universities would be able to quickly set up their own. Then building for efficient energy systems. And here again, Chair, we must say it looks like Stellenbosch is at the forefront. We hope universities would look at the models they have set up, but we are also cognizant of the fact that Stellenbosch has established a relationship with CSIR, and so this would be done with great ease. What is very clear to us is that the universities will need to report annually on progress with implementation of these initiatives, and if we need to, have some control around this. So we hope the reports will be indicative of the extent to which they are proceeding with the implementation plans as advised by CSIR, and ultimately, Chair, looking at this from a long-term perspective, it is we cannot escape the possibility of introducing a blended learning policy for all sorts of reasons, particularly to support the universities to continue with examinations at the end of the year. if we don't do this, we are going to have problems if we continue operating at level 6 load shedding. So this is the way forward. The workshop is planned for in March. The CSR is currently compiling the necessary presentations, and hopefully they'll be able to invite the attendees from the universities to some of the labs to show them how some of these solutions have worked. And we will then report back at the end of the year to see how the universities have progressed. I'll stop here. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate greatly this opportunity. We assure you that our next presentation will be better consolidated, and particularly the financial data and the individual profiles of each and threat analysis would be done to complete the picture. But most importantly, Chair, we would have developed a sense of how predictive mechanisms would have been developed so that we are not a reactory, we don't react to incidents. Instead, we are proactive in our approach. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and all the honorable members. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you very much to colleagues in the department, as well as to Prof. Ramnik of Fire Health. Can we please make sure we mute our devices? Sis Lulama. And then can I ask that I be made co-host on this device, please? Thank you very much. As I note hands of members who would like to make inputs on these discussions. On my side, the reason why, honorable members and colleagues, we decided to have a holistic conversation on security. So, and I think the more colleagues presented, the more one was also alert to segments of security. So when we discuss security, there's a lot that we're actually discussing. And I think that would warrant a broader discussion at a later stage. Maybe let me start with your last sentiments, DG, of how our next discussion must look like. We definitely need to, I am concerned that there are institutions that did not participate in the study, because here we are wanting to understand the state of security in our institutions, yet we're not being given that information. So how do we assist? On the one hand, we say institutions of higher learning are not experts on security. On the other hand, we are not giving the leadership of the sector, the department, information so that the department can assist by spearheading discussions and conversations on behalf of the sector with the security cluster. I mean, some of these things might be quite confidential and sensitive, and might need for us to even have discussions with intelligence, might need for us to have discussions, with SAPS and. But so it's unfortunate that there are institutions that are not coming to the fore in us trying to have a collective approach, a collective and coordinated approach on this issue. And I think as a committee, honorable members, we should actually request for every institution to submit to us the state of security at their institutions. And I think the breakdown that we need is a proper analysis of what are the security risks in each institution across the sector. So university, the TVETs, and the CETs. So in Limpopo CET, when we look at our different centers, the different centers, this is the security risk. When we look at Umfolozi TVET and its different campuses, these are the security risks, because this speaks to what Prof. Ramnik was saying in terms of what is said to be a policy of the department on a security audit that's supposed to take place every year. DG, is that audit, are institutions giving us those audits? I'd like to know if that is a policy of the department, are institutions giving us those audits? Because it's those audits that should be able to inform the information that we ought to have today. We should not have blank data where we don't know, because if there is a policy that says institutions, there must be an annual campus safety audit, then annual campus safety audit and the data we get from there should be informing what we know about safety and security in our institutions today. So we would want to know what the risks are in each institution, and to who. So the risk to students, the risk to staff, the risk that informs a vice chancellor who must have a security or security personnel, the risk that informs a chair at eThekwini, at Umfolo, not a chair, a principal at eThekwini, at Umfolozi, at Coastal, having security personnel. What is that risk? That is the information we want, DG. What is that risk? What informs that risk? What interventions have been put in place to arrest that risk? And where are we right now? That is the kind of information that we need. And if that information is so sensitive that it requires for us to have a closed meeting with the committee, I think, Anele, my understanding is that we are allowed to apply for such, because we also don't want to put the sector at greater risk by discussing sensitive matters openly like this. So we need to understand what informs that. So what informs the risk? What intervention has been put in place? How far are we now? What are the financial implications of having to put in security, because of that risk? Or what has been the financial consequence, of that particular risk, security risk, etc. So that is the kind of information we would want, but not taking it away also from the leadership, but bringing it down to, for example, a clear indication of the fact that at Southwest Gauteng TVET College, we were trying to build a residence, and our residence was interfered. So the impact that criminality also has on us being able to deliver in other aspects as a department. I also want to suggest that it would also be important for us to have something as simple as a student and staff card. I know at Coastal, they said that they don't have student or staff cards, so people just walk in and out of our TVETs. I would like to believe most of our universities would have those, but let's make sure that our TVETs, even our CET colleges, have those student and staff cards. It is also concerning, DG, that whilst we spend so much money on security in the university program, we would find a situation where in our CETs we don't have sufficient security interventions in that regard, considering the fact that in our CET colleges, students often attend classes later in the day. And when you are then having young women who are walking from the center to home at night, we know that there are particular risks that may come to the fore. And so how do we, for example, engage with a community policing forum, with a ward committee, with street patrollers to say, can there be an arrangement between the college or the center and that structure in the community, in that ward where you would find that center, to make sure that students who are attending later in the day arrive home safely. It is concerning that we see GP, Eastern Cape and KZN with such high security risks. I also want to understand, you know, we continue to speak about private security, yet in 2015, I almost said in 2015, there was a call by students to have, you know, workers in our institutions insourced. And so when Prof. Ramnik says we need to, as higher health, work on how the culture that we instill in our security, and even there's a slide that says private security. Well, we had thought that if you insource the security personnel, you are able to control their appreciation of a value system and a culture that must be institutionalized. You are able to inform how the security deal with student protests. You are able to inform how they deal with gender-based violence cases. You are able to have a greater grip on just the social orientation of your workers if they are insourced. So when we're talking about private security, I don't know where the conversation around insourcing of security then went. Safety and security must be included into our maintenance plans. I think also we must caution ourselves, and that's where I guess the support of higher health comes in, from a conversation that solely speaks about lights and fences. I mean, I'm even of the view, honorable members, that it is so unfortunate that our institutions have become gated institutions. They are closed off from society. So when you speak about opening education, you know, or you speak about open education, and you speak about addressing a narrative that institutions of higher learning are ivory towers in our communities, the fact that our institutions have to be gated is so unfortunate. But of course, it's informed by the reality that we have. And one day we hope that you know, we will go back to a time where we don't have to gate off our institutions. I mean, when you think of Rhodes University and how it's so open, you think of Solplaiki University, there are elements of Solplaiki that are still quite open. I think perhaps where you will see the institution gated off is around their residences. But you know, there are spaces of their institution that are still, there's no gates between that lecture hall or that academic space and the community. And I think that is very important in terms of, you know, making sure that institutions of higher learning as microcosms of society are still part of society, are still contributing to solutions of society. I mean, when you think of Solplaiki University and how that hall where we usually gather was a community hall and then was repurposed for the university, and how we were told that that hall is still opened up to the community for them to use for various events. That is what we speak about when we say our institutions must be open. Prof. Ramnik, how do we institutionalize some of the protocols that you've referred to? Are they institutionalized? Have they formed part of the policy of the universities or the colleges? And I think for me, what would be important, and you have given us to some extent some of the numbers, right? So you speak about 1,620, 909, you know, I think students who participated in 2022 in the GBV second curriculum, which is not bad. But I think for us, what becomes important is to juxtapose that number with the amount of students we have in the sector. And then we know our impact. And I hear you when you're saying higher health on its own cannot tackle gender-based violence. I hear you. But then what the numbers will assist us with is to say, okay, here's a program by higher health. What investment is needed for this program to find greater expression? And when I say investment, I'm not speaking about, you know, resources, but just buy-in. So how do we get this curriculum to form part and parcel of every single orientation of every single institution in the sector? So we know that across the sector, CET College, TVET College, University, at the beginning of the year, when students are receiving orientation, there is a day that is set aside for the curriculum, for the program, Higher Health Standard. It's just part of it, you know. In order for it to be impactful, we need to institutionalize that. It has to happen. And so we want, what we're suggesting is that let us get the number of students we have, 1,000 against that, and see how much further we need to go and what plans must then be put in place for us to reach that target. I mean, you speak of 8,740 staff who have been capacitated against what number? And at what tiers of staff are we talking about? Are we talking about academic staff? Are we talking about office staff? Are we talking about, so who are we talking about? For example, it would be important for us to know how many lecturers have gone through that training, because we know that we have a crisis of 6 marks. So we need to be able to track where is the risk, because the risk of GBV coming from our lecturers in the main, coming this risk from the staff component to our students. And so how do we direct our interventions to the right collective that we need to deal with? Not to say that there's one or less that needs to be more capacitated than the other, but it's just to inform that our interventions, you know, are directed in where we actually find the greatest challenge at this point in time. I think on private accommodation, it will be very important for us to make sure that this criteria that of safety and security that Higher Health is speaking to is institutionalized when we go and accredit a private accommodation, like standard. If the university is going, if it's NSFAS that's going, that's whatever criteria that Higher Health has or framework that Higher Health has created, it must be institutionalized, it must be standard, that becomes part and parcel of of whether or not we accredit a private accommodation. When you speak of the tribunal and DG, this is where we get, it's very tricky, you know, the relationship between our interventions on campus and what is happening, what ought to happen. So, you know, finding what becomes the interface between the tribunal and SAPS. So at what point does the tribunal conclude its part and then hand over to SAPS? And I think that sort of synergy between the two becomes important, because we mustn't do SAPS's work. I mean, there'll be internal processes that will inform whether or not someone is, for example, suspended, expelled, etc. on campus or from the institution. But there's also this other side, you know, of the law that must take place. And then one would want to know what has been the reception on the student-staff relationship declarations that must take place. So people, you know, adhering to that call, and how would such be institutionalized, or is it institutionalized? Does it become a policy that every institution must now adhere to? I think that's it. It's from my side. So I'll take Honorable Khachao, Honorable Mokhale, Honorable Mananiso, and then Honorable Machesi. Honorable Khachao.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you and all the departmental reps or sector reps. Just before I proceed, Chairperson, I want to make sure, is our Deputy Minister here or not?
I think DM excused himself on the side.
Okay, no issue. Thank you very much. So one, thank you for the presentations. I am mostly covered by your submissions, Chair, so also thank you to you. But what's remaining is this. For me, I would appreciate to understand the nature of threats that these VCs and principals are receiving. So beyond just what's a threat to the student populace, the threats to the head of the institutions, and I understand that this is an open meeting, so my request is not for a response to be given now, but perhaps to have a response in writing. And if the information is already out there, that if the committee already has that information, then I would request that the Secretariat of the committee furnishes me with that information, because I think it's very important for us to understand what dealings the principals and VCs are dealing with, for us to comprehend fully the nature of their threats and why there's a need of security, particularly at the costs that are attached to the security. I think that will also help us understand the division of those funds and how it can be reprioritized into funding private securities on campus for the benefit of the entire campus community, including students. That's number one. The second thing, Chair, that I would like is to have a breakdown of the relationship between SAPs, private security companies and campuses, because the stats of crime are worrying, and though the presentations were clear around protocols and all of those things, there seems to be a lack of synergy between these three sectors that could help a great deal. Because one, crime, GBV are societal issues, so we can't have campus-specific solutions without including our South African police system, without having a unified approach on how we expect private security companies to conduct themselves within institutions, and the goal thereof. And this now brings me back to the need for a dashboard, which I believe the committee had requested in the past, but is still not there from the department side on tracking the results of safety measures put on campuses. That's the second one. The fourth was for the minister in his absence, so I'll let it go. The procedural guidelines that were given by High Health, for me, I appreciate them, but they remain nothing but a wish list for as long as they're not activated effectively across campuses to ensure that there is indeed security. And I appreciate the deadline of the tasks team that has been set aside for engagement. But I do also want to urge that this thing become a matter of urgency, because we very much are very good at having conversations upon conversations and plans. But really, do we have urgency around our action of these plans? So particularly given that our academic year has already started and the issues are piling up at institutions. So if we can have, again, included on the dashboard that is lagging behind from DHET to the committee, a clear and broad understanding of which institution is currently lagging behind the implementation of which section of the guideline, and how are we working on ensuring that the adherence is there. So that's that. And then the second last submission is I appreciate the DG's appreciation for a wish of a more consolidated report, because that one wasn't. What I would appreciate from Mesotwigwa moving forward is to have the breakdown, like you said, Chairperson, of tackling load sheddings that is inclusive of the TVET and the CET sector, a more comprehensive and a deadline for these solutions, given that the year has started and the institutions that are currently unable to catch up to the shred of power. And in that spirit, again, when we break down solutions, going back to GBV and femicide and security across campuses, let's include our TVET sectors as well, not just the university sector and the institutions. So, and the last thing that I would like to add here to you, DG, you can't be a director general of a sector where a whip is not being cracked, where people feel comfortable to not respond to your requests or not do what is expected from them. So I would expect that in the next meeting, I don't want to hear a response that says that an institution didn't respond and the institution didn't respond. There must be more, that it must be done. People and institutions must understand that the kind of information that is requested is important. We're not just playing games, one. Two, but also their responsibility to act and to afford the department and the community an opportunity to assist is something that is very vital. So perhaps you can also, to be fair to you, DG, you can also bring the committee into confidence as to what are the reasons behind why institutions are comfortable with not responding to your requests. What is wrong? Is there a relationship problem? What is it? I think if we nip it in the bud now, we don't have to worry about that moving forward. But that's where I'm at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khaga. Honorable Mukhar.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to colleagues and the representatives from the department. I just have two questions that I just want to pose based on the presentations that we have received. Firstly, on the issue of security, the first presentation which showed that University of Zululand, UniZulu, there's a high expenditure, or was it it uses in terms of the number of security guards. There are more security guards there in that institution, which I appreciate, but especially considering what had been happening in the previous years, which also resulted in strikes, which we saw, I think it was in 2019, 2020, where students went on the streets protesting against the crime that was happening in the neighborhood. So I want to understand, since the deployment of the security personnel, has there been a change? Has there been a drop in terms of the incidents that were being reported in UniZulu? And I think also, Chairperson, we get crime statistics like on a quarterly basis. I think maybe to help us track these issues of security, which are impacting negatively on our student population. I think maybe if we can get a sort of because these incidents are recorded, I believe they are recorded when they happen at the campuses. So if we can get a quarterly kind of a report on these incidences, so that we'll be able to track if there's a change or there's an impact by these security personnel that has been employed to protect the institution and the students. So I think that is my proposal. Instead of having an annual report, let's get maybe a quarterly report on incidents of security that happened in our universities. And secondly, I see there it's a Univel where it has the highest, spends the highest in terms of your bodyguards. What would be the reasons? I think if we can also understand the reasons for why would an institution like Univel and have so many bodyguards. I don't know if maybe it's for the Vice Chancellor or for who. Or, what are the reasons for employing so many or spending so much money on bodyguards? And also compared to the security, your security guards who protect the general student population, how much is being spent if they are spending so much money on private bodyguards? And also, issue of security also has to do with the environment. There are videos which were circulating, despite that point, there were videos which were circulating recently of a University of Fort Hare depicting the terrible state in which that campus is overgrown, grass, and all of that. I mean, that also creates or contributes towards an environment of insecurity. So I think also if universities can ensure that, just simple things like that, the grass is cut and, buildings are maintained properly so that, doors where they are locked and all of that, it will contribute also in terms of improving the level of security in the campuses. And then my last point on the issue of the electricity plan, the plan for the blackouts and all of that. It's unfortunate that we have to contend with this terrible issue of load shedding. However, we have to do whatever we can. What will be the cost of universities able to now use okay, maybe those who are already utilizing these generators and all of that. What is the cost associated with those things? Because I believe operating a diesel run generator is very costly, and that is money that could be used for other things, which is now unfortunately being diverted to issues of generators and able to buy diesel and all of that. So what are the cost implications for that particular use of generators? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukhal. Memana Niso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually welcoming all the presentations. And indeed, one would want to acknowledge the remarks from the DG with regards to the fact that he has alluded that they don't want to be reactionaries in terms of dealing with the issues of safety in institutions. And one must really acknowledge that particular fact that indeed, if we are going to be reactive, then we're not gonna win this particular battle of dealing with safety and security in institutions. And Chair, I would want to indicate as well that in most of the issues that you have raised, I'm fully covered. Issues of cost, issues of breakdown in terms of how many people so far have been capacitated vis-a-vis the number of students that we have. And I would want to check with the department, if possible, they can give this in writing in terms of how these particular cases have been reported. Is it through whistleblowers or through direct to subs, or how most of them were they reported, so that we are even able to check whether these particular spaces are safe spaces for our people? Because when you deal with young people, one of the things that one needs to take note is the issue of the environment must be user-friendly and youth-friendly, in a sense that people wouldn't, be afraid in terms of indicating if there are red flags where they are staying. So, and I'm happy, Chairperson, that on one of your elaborations, you spoke about how important it is that the department partner with law enforcement agencies, because I can see with what we are anticipating to do, there will be duplication of work, while that particular work can be done by the custodian department in terms of servicing these institutions. So one would want to say to the department, perhaps they need to look at the NSP strategy document and how do they align it to what they want to achieve as a department. Because for me, Chairperson, as I've always said, these institutions, they belong to specific wards, where in those particular wards, you have CPFs, as you said, you have councillors that needs to play their part. So it is important that the departments must start checking in each and every institution in terms of who are the stakeholders per the programs that they want to deal with, so that we don't duplicate actually even systems that are there that we can just, copy and paste and employ within these particular institutions. And I'm happy, Chairperson, that other issues were covered by other members. And I fully agree with you to say perhaps there's a need of us having this session of safety in institution in a close meeting, because one have learned that security issues are high-level confidential issues. Now, as we speak here, you might find that those who are perpetrators are, accessing everything that we're speaking about in terms of ensuring that we, close the gap of vulnerability and a hostile situation in institutions. And they would be far ahead of us in terms of responding to those issues. So I fully agree with you when you say that at least when we deal with this issue, maybe a full report. Let us have this particular session as a closed session so that we get facts and the state exactly what we want to hear. And I fully agree with Honorable Khao. I mean, DG, this thing of some didn't respond. For me, it's very bad. It's a sign that there's serious issues that are happening in institutions, more especially of people who are rebellious, or I don't know what to put it, but we've got rebellious people who actually maybe are used to how things are, that when they don't do what they have to do, then things, it's like it's a normal thing. It's business as usual, that even if they don't do, nobody would come running after them, and there are no consequence management. So important, DG, that today, actually, this thing that others didn't respond, it must never happen again. And I think, Chairperson, for those who didn't participate, perhaps we need a list so that when we engage with them per institution or through oversight, we are able to ask them why there's this behavior that some of you feel that you are in charge and you have arrived and you don't want to be accounting to anybody. Because as the portfolio committee, I believe we in a better space to actually ask them. Maybe with the department, they are used to it as business as usual, but with us, maybe they can change in terms of ensuring that they do their work and they respond to issues as it when they arise. And lastly, Chair, I think let us appreciate the efforts done by the department with regards to programs that are being established or planned by Higher Health. From where I come from, as a person who have dealt with youth development and gender mainstreaming, I think they are not that far from actually dealing with this pandemic of ensuring that we have safe spaces. So we just need to support them, and I hope they would have a system where, as you indicated, that you cannot have a junior person dealing with high-level issues, because that particular person doesn't have an authority to even guide to say this is how I think things should be done, and that particular person won't have a commitment on the basis that that person is on a junior level. So it is important that we get, in terms of issues of higher health, who's actually in charge for ensuring that policies are implemented, more especially on issues of GBVF and on issues of health in a nutshell, because of we're not gonna win if we don't have people with authority in such spaces and dealing with this particular problem. So for now, Chairperson, from myself, I'm very happy that at least there's some step one forward in terms of what the department has been in terms of this particular transformational agenda of ensuring that there's security and safety in institutions. And however, let us not see things on media as the PC. It is important that the department strengthen that part of just giving us information as it when these particular cases are happening. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Machesi. Mema Chesi. Okay, I'm not sure if it's her device, but DG and Prof. Ramnik, those are by and large the comments, recommendations, and questions from members.
Chairperson, just a quick one. Sorry, man. I wanted to include this one.
I was saying, let me split them again.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, DG, we're gonna come back to you. I'll take Honorable Mohale and then I'll come to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies for this. But just a quick one, Chairperson. I wanted to find out what happens to these security companies which terrorize students in the campuses. I reported on the previous meeting here that a student was shot, lost an eye at the UKZN in the previous week. Now, what happens to these private security companies? Do they still continue with their contracts? Do those particular security personnel get charged and dismissed? Because if we don't deal with those things, Chairperson, because those are some things that perpetuate an environment of terror in our campuses. So that is my last question. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mohale. Mema Chesi. Okay, I think there's a challenge there. I think I'm not sure. Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. You can come in.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. It's almost midday. I just want to say, thank you for the presentation. I just have two questions. I want to find out, remember, Chair, when you were at Phoenix TVET College, and there were like securities, like with guns that were like, they looked like AK-47. I know they're not AK-47. So that were basically, working with us behind the principal. So for me, that is a very disturbing picture, and especially for students to see, when they come for their classes and all that. I just want to find out, is there, some kind of a protocol that universities follow? Because you don't want our institutions to look like the Gaza Strip or Mogadishu. So is there a way that, like, there can be some kind of protocol of how this could be done? And also, what we saw there, it was the protection for the VC, and the personnel and staff in some institutions, they are also, targeted. So I just want to find out, how can that be done in a most discreet manner that is not, visible to every eye that walks into an institution. And also, I would like to find out, the South African intelligence you know, if you already know that you've been targeted and, you know, there's a bounty on your head, is there a way that, you know, the South African intelligence can be involved in that? Because, you know, these are, you know, government officials that needs to be protected in a government institutions. So is the intelligence, are they, you know, how alert are they? I know that there were certain incidences where we felt like, you know, they are not involved. Like, for instance, when there were threats of, you know, banning of schools in Limpopo, 20 schools were banned conservatively, you know, for a couple of days, and the intelligence had no idea. But in this case, you have people that know that, you know, they've been targeted. Is there a way that, you know, the intelligence can be, you know, alerted and be able to assist? And really, I think, you know, the security has to be kind of uniform in the sense, like, you know, the way that the policy it is done, it has to be uniform. What is expected, the kind of that is needed, the kind of protection that is needed, and who they should be, you know, like, doesn't mean that everybody has to be protected, the institution has to be protected. So I would like to find out about that. I think maybe you also covered on that issue. Secondly, you know, I heard that we're talking about the hydro cells and also the solar. I remember last time when we were at the Western Cape and the CSIR, I don't think we really asked the cost of a hydro cell, you know, how affordable it is. And also I would like to find out as well, like, you know, the hydro cell, how much it's costing and how much energy do you get from those hydro cells? Is it sustainable? Is it able to last for a day? Is this, you know, something that you, once you have it, you have it for a month? How many kilowatts? I think maybe that's a question that I would like to ask specifically. Is like, how many kilowatts do you get from how many cells, and what's the cost of that? That also involves the solar. To say, yes, the solar is a great energy supplement, because I would say that it's a supplement because it only works during the day unless you have batteries, and normally batteries are very expensive. So I just want to find out the institutions that are opting for solar, how much are they spending, how many kilowatts is coming from there, and how many, you know, square meters. I know that you might not have the questions, the answers to my questions, but maybe in addition to the questions that you've asked, maybe you can actually, again, you know, revert back to the university and include them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesi. And thank you very much to all members. I think also on this matter of, okay, when Honorable Mukhale was speaking about private security and the consequences of their actions, Anela, you'll help me recall, but I don't think DG was with us yet when we had the meeting we had quite a big meeting with police, ourselves, and I think even the Department of Women, where we asked them to take us through, well, we were trying to deal with how the interventions of police and private security and how we handle student protests in our institutions of higher learning. And there were some recommendations that we made in that engagement, and there were some commitments that were made. I mean, we even brought in the CETAs that work that work in security to get them to explain to us, you know, what are security trained in, like what are private security trained in, and what should be okay in terms of how they interact in the space and what should not be okay. And I think it'll be important for us, if we were to consider a colloquium on safety and security in the PSET system, to look at some of the conversations we had on that day, to look at the continuous conversations we've been having that speak to safety and security, and package it in such a way that it can lead our discussion forward in terms of concrete resolutions that can come from the committee to the sector. You know, where I think Honorable, not sure which member was saying, but one of the members was saying today, like we need to standardize procedure of security in the sector. This is how we handle security in the PSET system, finish and klar. You know, it can't be that at DUT they do it like this, at UCT they do it like this, because that is where I think we are finding ourselves with the type of challenges that we are. I mean, for example, we had said there must be a protocol on protests. How do we manage student protests as a sector? At what point do you use, at what point do you as an institution feel like, okay, we're not coping anymore with our in-sourced security, so now we have to get more support? At what point do you bring SAPS on campus, you know? So, because, you know, another conversation we've not had, colleagues, is that, and this was something so critical that came out of our engagements with students at Forte after the recent incident at Forte. And in terms of generations, it was very interesting because I'm of a generation I'm of a generation that felt it was important for us not to have the militarization of campus. And the militarization of campus was based on student protest. And it was interesting to interact with another generation of students that were cautioning against the over-militarization or the militarization of campus, informed by the security threats to campus, like, you know, tender disputes, or, you know, on infrastructure development projects or any other services that are provided, you know, security risks on the safety of management, and you know. So it's rather interesting that we moved the conversation of over-militarization of campus from strictly it being about student protests to it being about, well, you know, we can't have a situation where in order for us to feel safe on campus, then there must be so much police security personnel. So yet at the same time, we need to make sure that the space is safe for teaching and learning. So that's also a very interesting factor. DG, on these institutions that are not responding to you, I think it will be important for us as a committee to write to all of them, Anel, to write to all of them and ask them to account on why they've not given the department the information that is required. Because we expect that we can't play the department's role, because then it's mandate creep and we would be encroaching, right? And so if there isn't a respect of the department as the immediate oversight, accounting authority of the sector, then we have a challenge. And it goes back to the conversation, DG, on cooperative governance. You know, people hiding behind the notion of institutional autonomy. And then when it suits people, the state must intervene. Yeah, then where's the department, or where's parliament, or, you know, where's the president in some cases? But so when it suits you, we must intervene. And when it does not suit you, we must back off. And I think I have a fundamental crisis with that. And that is where, you know, those contradictions between cooperative governance and institutional autonomy become of grave hindrance to the developments we want to see. You know, to be honest, with slide 13 and slide 14, I'm a bit concerned on the first presentation. Slide 13, I was trying to understand, I think I'm not understanding that slide, because it has frequency and it has numbers. I think it speaks to costs, but I'm not sure I understand what that slide is saying. So if someone can just assist me with that. And then with slide 14 on the bodyguards costs, I don't know if that bar is on Univen or Unizulu. It's on Univen when I look at it. But it would be interesting if there's no bar on Unizulu, or did we not receive that information? And that will also make me wonder, when's this data from? My understanding that it's from 2022. But I don't know of the VC at Univen to have bodyguards, unless I'm not informed. But yeah, then I know that the VC at Unizulu has bodyguards, but we don't see data there, unless she no longer has bodyguards. But if you can just bring us into confidence there.
Okay, Chair, I don't know is where you addressing my question, which is Phoenix. Was it? I think it's. Oh no, it's not Phoenix.
No, Honorable Marcus. No, it's my own question.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, so if you can just explain that to us, DG, and then I think we should be fine. But there's definitely a need for us to continue with this conversation. Yeah, so just apart from Nick, if you could also just give us a spreadsheet of, if you're saying we have peer educators that are doing X, Y, and Z, how many peer educators do we have at all our institutions? If you have a breakdown of that, please share that with us. And I'd like to understand why we chose the word peer educator as opposed to peer counselor. Yeah, why did we choose the term peer educator? And then, yeah, so if we can have a breakdown to say at each institution, we have so many peer educators, we've had so many workshops at UCT, at Vembe TVET, at Capricorn, at Limpopo CET, we've had so many trainings, we have so many people who have subscribed to the online training at these institutions, so that we also have an understanding, for example, of the fact that we're able to assess that at a Forte, for example, where we know there have been some serious challenges in terms of gender-based violence. We've had Unoscelo who died in such a scary manner, and then we know that in certain institutions we've had more suicides than in others. So we also would want to monitor the uptake of the support that is given by Higher Health. So how many students are doing, or people are partaking in the online program, and that will inform then our response in terms of advocacy. So where must we push harder in terms of getting students to participate in these programs? Where must we encourage more students to be peer educators, etc., etc. So I think that's then it. Thank you so much, DG. Back to you.
Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members, thank you. On behalf of the department, we have had a very, very productive engagement this morning, beyond just our duty to account to you, but we always come out of these engagements greatly empowered and well advised and guided, and I am sure that I'm speaking firmly on behalf of the EXCO of the Department of Higher Education and Training, and that includes Higher Health. Chair, I will make a few remarks to guide my colleagues who are going to answer these questions specifically. Firstly, I wish to say that education or education institutions indeed are micro in communities where there's crime. The schools in those communities will be affected affected by incidents of crime. Police release crime statistics. They indicate what are the hotspots across the country in terms of security. But our response in the PSET sector is not aligned to this. And I think this is where the interface between the work that we do and the work that the police are doing will have to be improved. It is really, really important that I say this because I think the areas of improvement lies in the extent to which we collaborate with our institutions. It lies in the extent to which we are able to mobilize resources that are available across the sector so that we prioritize the areas that are hitting us the worst or the most in terms of crime and the corruption that is associated with observation. The second one is that I've had a very close conversations with the vice chancellors that are reported in the media as being affected, and just yesterday a very high level engagement with Fort University council members and as well as the vice chancellor. We concluded that largely incidents of or events that are reported on security in the institutions, they target one area in the administration, and that is the SCM, the supply chain management area, because all they want are the resources. Let me make an example. At Forte, before Mr. Rhodes was killed, Mr. Rhodes was busy purchasing on behalf of the university a fleet of buses, and that was his that led to his death. He was killed. Clearly, this is linked and is associated with an attempt to put your hands on the resources of the state that is allocated to our institutions. In the principals walking around with the bodyguards, it's clearly about the resources allocated in those institutions. Recently, I said to the principals who have not expended their CIG allocations that I will move those resources to institutions that are able to spend money. The people who complain first are not the institutions, but it is the private organizations that are beneficiaries, to in this regard. So it is clear to us that this is what needs to be looked into, and we will definitely, Chair and honorable members, look carefully at it. The issue of the relationship between our department and our institutions, I've not reached a point where I can conclude that the relationship is collapsing or collapsed or is under threat. But I think my point is I must share the information as best as possible with the portfolio committee where I'm not happy. Because whatever actions I'm going to be taking from here, the portfolio committee will know that this is where we come from with this particular issue. And I take your advice, Chair. Consequence management is non-negotiable. I am going to request now that first, before the colleagues respond, the DDG for TVET colleges make remarks, because there are certain comments that were made in the presentation by Professor Ramnik that are directly about about the TVET sector. But I also would like Professor Ramnik to link some of the responses with the report on the Commission for Gender Equality, wherein about 4 TVET colleges were a pilot, and certain issues around gender-based violence were identified, so that it's clear how we've responded to that as well. And if I'm catching you by surprise, I think it's important that I commit to ensuring that this response is provided in our written response to the portfolio committee. Honorable Makesi, thank you very much for your comments. I think if it's not covered in the responses by the colleagues, I will come back at the end. Honorable Mukhale, you are ahead. I'll get back at the end once the colleagues are done. It will be DDG Zungu, then DDG Sokrikwa and Professor Ramnik. After that, I will come back. I think it will be also be good, Chair, that we give DDG and Bobovava an opportunity, because overall she drives the program for responding to the security needs of all of our institutions, and she's effectively the head of security in the department.
That's fine, DG. DG Zungu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and the honorable members. DG, thank you very much. Greetings to all the colleagues that are on the platform. I think in relation to the work that Higher Health has been conducting in our TVET colleges, which is quite amazing at the moment, and particularly around the fact, Honorable Chair and honorable members, that one of our biggest challenges always been the issue of capacity. And I think with the extended hand of Higher Health, it actually assists us a lot. We have a challenge in relation to how our student support services are structured in our colleges, but that matter is being addressed through the implementation of the post-provision norms, or the PPN, so that we ensure that we have a fully fledged SSS or student support services in our colleges that will be able to cover all these issues, besides the financial aid support that we provide to our students, but it also look into the issues of social and health support, which by the time Higher Health comes into institutions, at least we as colleges also have our fully fledged structures. And we must applaud the work that Higher Health has been doing, and the collaboration that we've been having, and their visibility in our institutions is actually making a huge difference. But I must say, some of the findings in the work that they've done, for instance, the example that Prof. Ramnik made reference to one of the campuses where there was a shortage of flights within that vicinity, and by putting just slides, it just changed and reduce the number of cases drastically. And the unfortunate part is that all of these measures that are required, including the standard that my colleague DDG Mbobovava presented, that we are trying to set across the institutions or our campuses, does require some form of additional resources for us to be able to address that. But we can't, as the DG always says, we cannot put the issue of resources up front in a situation where the lives are lost and people's lives are threatened we have to find mechanisms to address that. I think most of the issues were related to what Prof. Ramnik presented and the extensive work that Higher Health is doing in colleges. Yes, it might not be adequate, but I think there's been a lot of strides that have been made in this regard, and we really appreciate that intervention from Higher Health. But institutions on their own, they are also trying hard to ensure that we try and mitigate this and put some preventative measures rather than being responding at a later stage. We do take note, DG, also the fact that we also have to ensure that we provide the nature of threats that have led to us increasing security amongst our personnel, especially particularly the management in colleges. In KZN alone, you will see that the majority of the college principals there, they have bodyguards, and it's one of the reasons and one of the regions that is threatened by the so-called Amadela Ngokufa. But these have ripple effect, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. The case of Falls Bay College that has got two major projects to build the campuses that has come to standstill for more than 6 months now. There's no construction because of this impasse between the institution and these people that are demanding the 30%. And it does require maybe another intervention at another level, besides us as institutions providing just security support to our personnel. But I think it requires a much more greater intervention, maybe at the highest level, because it also prevents colleges from spending the very same resources that have been allocated, and as a result, it reflects badly on us as the institutions, that we are given resources but we can't move. So it does require some intervention. DG, I think most of the matters that were raised were recommendations, which we are going to ensure that moving forward, we will be able to provide that comprehensive information in relation to the security and safety risk in our institutions. DG, thank you very much. And thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Dr. Sokoko.
Apologies for the delay. Thank you, DG. I will respond as follows. I agree totally with your sentiments, at DG and portfolio committee members. You collect data so that you make informed decisions, both in the department and in the portfolio committee. And when the data is not shared, then it is very difficult to present solutions. We have called, and I want to present the narrative as follows. So when Minister commissioned this study in 2020, it is shocking at the level of response to cooperating with understanding providing a security audit to enable Minister and the department to engage with the police sector. So in that study alone, I think it is quite evident the researchers, and I'm speaking here, independent researchers, had received inadequate cooperation. I then subsequently sent through the department. We then sent a letter requesting universities to give us additional data, and we didn't get, a 100% response. I then personally followed up directly via mobile phone on WhatsApp with the universities, requesting them to share this data, because I pointed out that the aim was to present as per the request from the portfolio committee. And so the difficulty with not getting all the data has been quite frustrating in putting together this report. I disclosed to all the vice chancellors that I was going to name all of those who did not share data. I was quite open about that. We have subsequently set up a workshop, and certain institutions continue not even to respond to this invitation to set up a workshop with the heads of security. And the reason why we're setting up this head of security is that the study commissioned by Minister requests us to develop an implementation plan. And of course, we are not lone crusaders in the department. We work with communities, we work with stakeholders, and the whole aim is to ensure that we get the entire university cluster together to input into how this implementation plan should look like, so that we curb crime on all our institutions. And the only way to do so, Chair, like you've indicated, is collectively with communities that surround these institutions. DG's slide presenting these crime statistics highlights KZN, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. And the university is crime risks align accordingly. So I was personally hoping that, the universities that are hardest hit would be the, most, cooperative with this project. But it is work under construction. We hope we will gradually convince them of the importance of sharing this data. It's not to shame anyone. It is to provide maximum support from a variety of stakeholders for the best interests of the PSET sector. And so I could not align more with what you've just shared, Chair. But I will now go to the specific questions as quickly as I can. We had hoped that with the financial data, we would be able to advise the universities, firstly, if there is collusion. Because, Chair, having come from the university sector myself, and as a former DDC, I understand exactly what happens with the costing of in the security sector. When you're most vulnerable, the prices are inflated. So when the protests and the tensions are high, when you get quotations, the prices are all inflated. So we wanted these data to help universities understand. First, we needed to go to the Competition Commission to ascertain that whether we needed to regulate with the help of CIRA, pricing for bodyguards, pricing for private security, and so forth. We know general security, there is a certain regulatory framework that guides the work that they do. And so we really wanted to assist the universities in this exercise. And of course, it's in our best interest to ensure that every rand that we give and allocate to the universities can be accounted for, that there is efficiency built into the system. But that we can only do if we get maximum cooperation from them. So the nature of the threat to the VCs, in my stay thus far, the only universities that have reported on threat in writing, Chair, is Univen, in writing directly to the department. UFH reported on the incidences, but Univen is the only university that reported on the direct threat to management. And of course, Chair, you would know that when we went and engaged the stakeholder workshop, we then heard more about what was happening at the University of Fort Hare. I hope that with time, the universities will trust us to indicate the nature of the threats, and certainly one would want to collate the data and develop a report that we can share with you, but also with the police, so that the police are sensitized to the vulnerability of our vice chancellors to do their work. They are, after all, the most senior leaders in our institutions, and they should not do their work under, veiled with fear and insecurity. On the question of which institutions are lagging with the implementation guidelines, again, Chair, one had hoped that we would get this data through these reports. But I do hope that the security workshop that we are hosting on Monday will yield the data that we need, so that the institutions are afforded an opportunity to respond and enable us to make sound decisions around their circumstances. And then on the question, just quickly, there's a comment on the student that was shot in the eye. The response we received from the university is that they have not been able to confirm that. So we will continue to investigate that, but the university's registrar has confirmed in writing they have not been able to confirm that. On the question of overgrown grass at the institutions, I think the comment came from Honorable Mohale. Yes, overgrown grass is a disturbing sight because lots of things happen behind that grass. And in fact, Chair, I'm happy to share with you, I recall in my previous life, we had arrangements with SAPS where we'd use an entire day with grass cutters, etc., everyone on board, because the in-house grass cutters were scared to enter the fields or sections of the university campus where the grass was high, and we discovered knives, guns buried, all kinds of things hidden, and basically crime scenes. So SAPS would then come on board, confiscate all the ammunition they found buried, in the long grass. So I agree totally with you, Honorable Mohale. Universities must maintain the ambience, but it is an important element of security. Then on the question of oversight visits, yes, Chair, I must indicate upfront that it's the universities that were, I suppose comfortable may not be so comfortable anymore, including the universities in the Western Cape. It recently just reported an official was gunned down at a construction site. So I'm hoping that the colleagues in the Western Cape will start, realizing the extent to which they need to share some of this data. We, in engaging with some other researchers, established that in the US, it is common policy that every single institution of learning reports crime on their sites. It cannot be that that we find out about these happenings in the media. So we hope that through all of these processes, we will establish policies and protocols that, and I think a higher health pointed to this, that every institution is required in law to report crime on their campus. They cannot hide, behind protocols. They need to report it both to SAPS, but also to the department, so that we can establish the risks associated in those different campuses. and are able to make requisite adjustments, either in terms of supporting funding for equipment and so forth. And then on the question of uniforms, again, and I know because in my previous life, I do know that certain officials, particularly bodyguards, do not necessarily wear uniform, and that's because it's part of the security measure. But yes, we must introduce standards across all the universities about how this is done. We should also introduce standards about how many bodyguards or security guards you can have, because otherwise costs escalate out of control. Like I indicated earlier, the more vulnerable, the higher the costs. And then, so standardizing security, but of course it must be tied to the risk. And I must state up front, the universities that have extensive budgets for infrastructure or renovation are invariably, or construction, are invariably the most vulnerable, Chair. So as indicated by DG, there's supply chain officials are targeted, and they are probably the most vulnerable. So they really should have security. But the question of vetting security guards and officials, and unfortunately supply chain members, also comes to play. All those officials who handle vast sums of money must be vetted, and those who provide security for those officials must be vetted. If we and unfortunately, it's part of the equation, given the microcosm that universities represent within the larger macro environment. And then on the particular questions around kilowatts, etc., I will certainly present that in writing. Excellent work has been done with the different systems. I think comparisons have been done by CSIR, so we will share those reports. They hope to present all of this data to the universities as the universities calibrate the kind of systems they'll be, that they are putting up to support their programs. Then quickly on the slides around slide 13 and 14, Chair, what we had done there, we grouped universities, and again, this is part of an exercise to understand, financial expenditure on security. We group them when it says frequency. So let me perhaps, whilst I'm talking, let me quickly go to that slide. So we group them into groups of 4. Frequency refers to the number of institutions that fall within that group. So let me summarize it that way. I'm trying to get into the. So for example, total cost of security, there would be 13 institutions that are spending within the region outlined, which is the bigger graph. And then the next one, it's 4 institutions. The next one would be 4. I'm following slide 13. And then the last one is 2 institutions following within that category. And what that slide hoped to confirm was that different institutions are confronted by different risks. So they are spending, of course, they have very different budgets aligned to the security risks. Some of them have not conducted risk analysis and, of course, are more vulnerable. But they also have very different budgets. And we need to understand this because the inequality could impact the PSET sector in the long term. And as we present our requests from National Treasury for allocations, all of this data matters. And we just hope that the universities would be more generous in the data to enable us to calibrate the clusters more sensibly. But one had hoped to indicate, for example, that Region X spends, their budget is in the range of 150 million annually, whereas Region Y is 20 million. And one would then be able to align that with that first slide that DG presented on the the national picture and how universities are impacted. That is KZN, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. Of course, Univen sitting in Thohoyandou is an outlier. And the question was asked why. This also intrigued me, but based on the report we got from the Vice Chancellor there, it is very clear that the construction projects that were lined up over the years attracted interests of all kinds. And it delayed their ability to proceed with lots of their plans. Chair, and you saw when you were on site how the extent of the delays with some of the projects, and it's tied to the destabilization presented by security. Destabilization presented by some of these interest groups. I hope I've covered all the questions, but where I haven't, I'm happy to do so in writing, Chair. Thank you very much. Oh, there's a question on UniZulu. Yes, I cannot indicate why UniZulu in particular did not submit their data. But I do hope, Chair, that after the conversation we've just had, and hopefully further conversations we have with the security personnel on Monday, there will be a greater appreciation for what we hope to do with the data. And I think with perhaps also us addressing the fears of the Vice Chancellors, asking for closed sessions in Parliament may assist a great deal, as indicated by DG and yourselves earlier, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I now hand over to DDG Mbopo Vava, the DDG for Corporate Services.
Thank you, DG, and once again to you, Chairperson. Mine will just be to sum up our response in a holistic way. So what we will be doing, because we've acknowledged that our response is not consolidated. So we'll be working on the consolidation of one plan as well as the implementation plan of the minimum physical security standards. Chairperson, we are working very closely with South African police services. For instance, we work with NetJOC, the Joint Operations Command, both at national level as well as provincial levels. There's a very, very close relationship with them. In some instances, actually, we also ask for assistance or support, from them to conduct some of the assessments. So the plan will be, a roadmap that will cover, even the sector as a whole in terms of conducting those annual assessments that were alluded to earlier on. The one point I thought I also need to raise, DG, is that educational institutions ordinarily are supposed to be, gun-free zones or gun-free areas. However, with the spikes of, these violent protests and the killings, of staff and students, institutions would be left with no option but to also look at means of protecting lives as well as the infrastructure. However, we believe that our plan would actually have to see as to how do we again retain that key principle that educational institutions must be gun-free zones. On the question of insourcing versus outsourcing, Chairperson, I know it was part of the 2015 movement in terms of outsourcing must fall. The department, through the post-provisioning norms, is introducing, posts for security officers in our institutions. But that is also constrained by the, availability of funds. But we are in an incremental way. We are introducing those posts in colleges in particular. I do want to say, Chair, a quick survey or audit that we've done currently, with corporate services offices. Most colleges are actually using a private security, but we will be working together with college councils, because that is also in the purview of the council as well as to how, they secure our institutions. But we need to look at the nature of the contracts that are there at the moment with private security, and see whether we work towards a hybrid mode, but eventually to introduce a post in our colleges for security services. The DG has covered a lot, as well as the DG Zungu and Dr. Sotikwa, on the nature of the threats. But this issue of the 30%, that must go to the local economy, in particular on infrastructure projects. We believe that it has actually contributed to this demand, and therefore the threat to our colleagues at college or university level is something that really needs I think a high level effort and strategy on how it could be addressed. So DG, let me also inform the committee that the new campuses, when we started the processes of designing and developing the needs, what the infrastructure requirements for these new campuses, security was a key feature. So all new campuses are actually responsive when it comes to security requirements. So we will not be starting, from scratch. We will build on what already exists in those new campuses that have been built. The last point, DG, that I also want to say, DG Sotiwa mentioned issues of vetting of staff. In terms of the public service regulations, it is a requirement that all staff that are working in supply chain as well as in finance, irrespective of their levels, must be vetted. We have started that process at head office. We will be moving as well to colleges in regard to staff that are below assistant director level. But all your assistant directors, your deputy directors in finance, in supply chain are currently being vetted, Honorable Chair. The last point I want to say is that with the minimum, capacity we have, we're trying our level best as a department to respond now even to the sitters. It has not been very much, pronounced, this question of threats in the sitter landscape, but we have begun to see sitter CEOs as well asking for us to come and assess. Perhaps we need to arrest that before it becomes a prominent as it is in KwaZulu-Natal. Eastern Cape, we have one case where a principal has already requested us to come and do a threat and risk assessment. But Chair, the closed sessions that has been proposed, we will definitely be able to share more information on the reports that have led to these principals receiving the kind of a private security support that they are currently receiving. Thank you so much, DG, for the opportunity. Chair, we appreciate the questions. We appreciate the inputs as well that have been made by the members of the Portfolio Committee. I thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG Lulama. DG is actually just trying to get back into the meeting. I think he was kicked out. So he should be in a bit. Okay, DG. DD Jululama just finished. So I don't know if you are ready to make your concluding remarks. DG. Oh, wait, we need to hand over to Prof. Ramnik and then we can close.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members and fellow colleagues. I think I echo every word emphasized. This has been a very useful meeting for us. A lots to learn too. Chair, you are absolutely right. I'm going to go through some of the questions that you raised, Chair, and the members. Chair, you're absolutely right. The biggest risk of all the work of the protocols and procedural guidelines remains to institutionalize them. And when you mean by investments, you mean by how do we get the buy-in into this? As a chair from Higher Health, what we have done with the help of department is to do a both top to bottom and a bottom to top approach. And let me emphasize the bottom to top approach, Chair. And bottom to top is where we have started these community of practices that we have established with the entire security directors together with private security, all the residents, including the private accommodation, the community of practices of student affairs, the student unions, SRC presidents. Chairs, these buy-ins are very critical as much as we need the top management and executive of the council of the institution or the senate of the institution agreeing with us. There, we do agree, we need to fight more. We need your help. We need the minister's help. We need DG's help to further penetrate from the top to bottom. But Chair, what Higher Health is continuously doing is a bottom to top approach along with the top to bottom. We do believe that this year, the minister's vision of hosting a men mentality summit, which is focusing on toxic masculinity, might bring the sector together and might be where Chair, yourself and the minister might reinstate the emphasis to all our leadership in our institutions, because without the leadership also, which is top to bottom, we will not achieve as much as there's a lot of agreement and buy-in and walking that extra mile by the bottom to top approach. As much as we're very proud that at least the communities are with us. And Chair, you rightfully go next to the point of talking about who are these 8,748 individuals that Higher Health has trained, and predominantly the frontline team, Chair. There is some of the institutional management part of it, but predominantly the frontline team. Chair, we will need the top management along with the frontline. When the COVID pandemic happened and when we had to capacitate quickly the entire frontline management, we did to 50,000 support staff structures that are in the post-school education. Our aim is to reach that level, Chair, with all these protocols in order for us to be able to manage our system far more deeper. It's a long journey, Chair, patience, but we will get there, Chair, as these systems and protocols starts coming in. But the buy-in is there from the bottom, Chair. Chair, peer educators play a very central role, Chair. You rightfully say that part. We've got two layers, Chair. There should be counselors. I agree with you. It's an important concept that you have planted in my head today. But Chair, at this moment, the terminology has been over the last 2 decades to build peer educators. Chair, we have 50 peer educators per TVET college, 150 per university, and we are now already established about 1,500 in the CET colleges. Total army is about 10,000 foot soldiers. I will get you a spreadsheet, Chair, where they are. Thanks to our Deputy Minister at the Robben Island, recently we did a whole peer leadership summit where we brought one peer leader out of them. These are ordinary unsung heroes of South Africa, Chair, fully committed, dedicated, and spend their lives in reaching out peers. Chair, the Higher Health model has been built on each one reach and teach 10. What we are saying is, can each educated young South African reach 10 people in the community, so that South African higher education might have an impact in the community and these are these are communities of youth outside our education system. And we will try to achieve that. And that brings me to the point, Chair, that you emphasized, which is the co-curriculum, Chair. Chair, nothing bigger for me to get this co-curriculum. I'm very grateful to DDG Zungu and DDG Futshane specifically, who are really making strides with us to get as many young students and, of course, academics do this curriculum in the TVET and the CET, not just the LO, so that they are interfaced and have these MQF5 civic health curriculum that has all the 6 modules, which is one module which is totally on gender, at least a gender module, which is very critical besides the civic module. Chair, this will be a revolution. Now, knowing that our sector is so big and you wanted us to scale up from 168,000 to probably 2 million South Africans in the public system, Chair, the only way we can do is we get it online. We give both access to face-to-face and online to this curriculum. And this year, Chair, we launched the full online digital curriculum program, Chair, quality assessed through the QCTO and Health and Welfare CETA as a tripartite partner to higher health, Chair. And Chair, we really hope that should this innovation, which is first even recognized through UNESCO as probably first in the world coming out, might get a lot of traction as a co-curriculum, Chair. And the same curriculum, Chair, also has this module that can be used for in-service training and people on the interface of our students. And it's been built with the help of these protocols and our policy in general, so that people get the basic understanding of what is bare minimum needed in order to respond to this horrific GBV pandemic, Chair. So, Chair, vetting and accreditation can be resolved through this module that has been already in place. It's a simple go on a device and complete your full curriculum and get a certificate, which is very quality assured, Chair, from the higher health perspective. So, Chair, we are trying to use technology to reach more, which is more cost effective for us than this day-to-day skills training building, which will take forever for us to reach such a huge population. COVID taught us, because we had to reach to the 50,000 frontline team and build them with management to safeguard our COVID response. And we did very well. And we could only do because we were forced to do online. And Chair, we are using a very cost, otherwise there's no enough money, Chair, to reach such a huge population in our system to what we want to achieve. And if you want to save more lives, should we want to continue in that stride, Chair? Chair, I might have rushed a little bit, noting time and allowing DG to make his concluding remarks. But Chair, I will put submissions in writing should it be required. And I'm very grateful for the DG, the portfolio committee and the minister to allow us to even present and get blessings from the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ramnik. DG, would you like to come in? Okay, DG says he's struggling with load shedding on the chat. That's fine. I think we can end the meeting here. Thank you so much to all colleagues from the department and from Higher Health. Definitely, Prof. Ramnik, we're going to need, because you have in principle agreed to everything we're saying. So what we are going to need, your hand is noted, DG. What we are going to need is the specific responses that we want. So that breakdown and info that we want. Please do submit that to us in writing within the next 7 days. But I think, DG, from the department's perspective, we need to set a time frame. We need to set a goal. If it's a month or if it's in the second term. Yeah, we need to set a goal that in the second term, we must have all this data that we need from the sector. We must have consolidated a thorough analysis of our state of security. You know, if we must have a state of security addressed by the minister, then that's what we must have. And I think if we target the second term of Parliament, that could be a good target. Let me hand over to you, DG, because your hand was up, so you can just make your concluding remarks, then we'll end the meeting.
Chairperson, I can't come after you now. All I can say
No,
is that
I had not closed, DG. I had pre-closed, so you're still fine.
oh, thank you, Chair. I think it's to commit the department sincerely with all we have to make sure that we work on this now guided and standing on the wisdom of our portfolio committee and the guidelines that you have provided. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. So there we have it, colleagues. I think, Anele, if you can, when do we come back from constituency period?
I'll check.
Okay, so I think it's in April, if I'm not mistaken, 17th of April, something like that. So I think mid-term 2, we will have to receive a thorough state of security input by the department and the ministry. Prof. Ramnik, if on your side, I think you should have the stats that we've asked for and the detail we've asked for. So I think you should be able to give us the information we want in the next week. With that being said, colleagues, thank you so much. It's really been a fruitful engagement. It was important that we have this meeting, colleagues, at this point in time. As young people enter our institutions of higher learning, the state of security in our sector is important. Young people, students, parents, staffers, lecturers, they will all have some anxieties given the incident that just occurred in our sector. If I was a first year coming onto campus at Honorable Machesi at Coastal TVET College, and I saw that my principal has bodyguards with those guns, I would wonder to myself, what could possibly be happening in this institution? So having our finger on the pulse of the state of security in our sector is quintessential to our state of readiness. If you think of the many horror stories, young women who are now in their first year have heard about gender-based violence in institutions of higher learning, them being grade 10s, I think they probably would have been in grade 10 or 9 when Uinene tragically passed away. Yes, not on our campus, but she had essentially gone to school. They would have been in matric. Yeah, they would have been in matric when Nostelo tragically died, and they saw this on the news. And now they're in first year, and it would be normal that they have anxieties around their safety. So colleagues, it was important that we have this discussion right now at this point in time to indicate our commitment to wanting to ensure that young people in this country, that our students, that lecturers and academics and everyone in our PSET community feels safe and knows that we want to find the solutions to these particular challenges that speak to this state of security in our sector. We must actively work towards these challenges. DG, we're not going to wait for the consolidated report in order for us to start actioning certain things. Certain things must be happening. Prof. Ramnik, the programs that you have, ask some of us as members to incorporate it into our constituency work so that the impact of it goes far, that we also become a tool for us to really ensure that these efforts, find expression. So let us all actively work towards ensuring the state of security of our sector, and let us find ways of making interventions even right now that can make some difference while of course we're waiting for the data that can assist us to have more informed interventions, and but let us start to make impact in where we can at this point in time. And sibakhuze DG, sikhuze ukuthi acha, is there no other way that you can engage with students than how you are right now? I mean, the University of Johannesburg, I am not shocked that they have so much private security, because when I was a student, University of Johannesburg never had protests on campus. They'd end up protesting on the streets because on campus they're not allowed to protest, and there's all these bouncers who are so quick to manage them. And then when they're on the streets, it's also not manageable. SAPS also has not been taught to deal with protests under a democratic South Africa, or I don't know if they've not been taught, or they're just not getting it, or they have the traumas of the apartheid regime, or they're still being trained by those who are at the helm of the police force under the apartheid regime, but they just don't understand that people have a right to protest, and they don't know how to negotiate and mediate and resolve conflicts in a way that reflects a democratic South Africa. So these students end up protesting on the streets, and then we have casualties that we should not be having. So let us try also, DG, to engage these vice chancellors, these principals of TVET of colleges, and encourage them to have engagement with students and find one another, as opposed to just resorting to more militant interventions. Of course, we will also implore on young people not to pose any threat to infrastructure and livelihoods as well. But with that being said, colleagues, thank you very much for your inputs. Honorable members, we will postpone the minutes to a later stage. I wish you all, colleagues and honorable members, a lovely weekend. This meeting has come to an end. Thank you.